here making big deals, doing big things, making big moves. I got big ranks. Out here doing big shows. That's a big fact. Just know that I'm getting rich. Looks like bling blow, ayy.
I think this series against Pain Gaming, we kind of just made a lot of mistakes. I don't think they were doing anything like too crazy on their own, but we definitely were not playing well. So I think that showed. We just died a lot and couldn't really set up for objectives properly. So it was a lot on us, not on them.
Es una dinámica distinta la de tener los fans en contra. Creo que puedes utilizarlos como cuando ves que no están felices. Eso va a bajonear bastante al equipo enemigo. Entonces nosotros simplemente tenemos que agarrar un tempo de hacer plays buenas. Si hacemos play buena, los fans no van a hacer nada.
I think the series with Fuego should be good. I think last time they stole a win because they kind of cheesed us, and this time we'll be more prepared. So I'm pretty confident. I think 3-0 or 3-1.
La expectativa de Fierets, lo que más tengo en la cabeza es revancha. Siento que nosotros debimos haber ganado esa serie, simplemente no se dio por cosas de la vida. Y ahora tenemos la segunda oportunidad, entonces Fierets van a ver la serie con nosotros.
I mean, the player to pay attention for is definitely Paolo. Like, that guy is just everywhere. So just keeping track of him, and I think the game should be easy.
El jugador que más observo en Fierets es a Bo3s. Él ya estuvo en TSM, en muchos equipos así reconocidos de NA, y he jugado contra él bastante el solo queue.
Yeah, I mean, our logo is the Grim Reaper, so this is kind of our comfort zone. We're here to knock out all the other teams, so it's better to be in the lower bracket. We'll knock out Fuego first, and then we'll knock out Pain.
Hello and welcome back to America's Challengers. 6 teams from across the Americas have entered the CBLOL Arena at São Paulo, Brazil to do battle. Now only 3 of those teams remain. One finalist is already decided. Today we will find out who is going to join Pain Gaming in the finals. Bringing you the action today, my name is Eric Deserex Beltran. Joining me, of course, he does golf, he does league. I've even seen him do a K-pop dance. It is Matthew Cubby Samuelson. How you doing, brother?
Oh, the K-pop dance is quite the throwback. I don't know if we want everyone, on the international broadcast to know that about us first, SRX, but I'm doing great. It was a couple of fun best of threes tomorrow, and excited to be joined by you for the first best of 5 of the tournament.
Yeah, and was going to be one of my last casts. Of course, I would be happy to do it with Fier versus Fuego, which has been quite the heated matchup so far. Let's go ahead and pull up the bracket to see the 2 matches that remain here in the America's Challengers. Pain Gaming has made the upper bracket run. They beat their Kryptonite and Vivo Cade Stars. They bested the NACL. Now they're sitting pretty in finals. The lower bracket. Cubby in combat sports, what do you call this? A rubber match? Fuego, they got the winning group. Sphere in the upper bracket. Let's run it back one more time with finals on the line. Fuego versus Sphere Starforge is our match for today.
Yeah, the head-to-head, we're 2-2 throughout the tournament between both these teams. So will be decided by the end of the day who reigns supreme. And I gotta say, so far, it's been Fuego, where for me, they've been trending up, and Fierce Starforge have just been a bit flat this tournament compared to what we expected.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, pretty disappointed with some of the performances that we've seen. Sometimes it can be that stage nerves, performing internationally, it can get to you, but we've seen quite a few blunders. Philip hasn't been performing the best. We saw his Gragas yesterday. Instinct has been missing a lot of those Ash arrows, but there still are some high points on the squad. I think XU has been doing everything he can to perform out of his mind. Right now, Fear, they really got to ring it together if they want to get the better of Fuego.
Yeah, it's a new day for Philip, and we'll see if him and Fierce Starforge can claim that new day and find their rematch against Pain Gaming, because I know that they'd like to decide who can be the top team between those two. As we have a Bo3s Olive in the mid lane. Of course, I think he's been doing all right this tournament, and Zelt for the second day in a row, really targeting the opponent mid, wants to get the best of him. Zelt had a really nice series yesterday for Fuego in the back half, and we'll see if he can do so again against the Bo3s Olive.
I mean, you heard it from the other side. One of the players that they're targeting is going to be a Bo3s Olive. They do have a lot of respect for him and the history that he has. The opponents on the Rift, Fuego, a team that, if I'm going to be honest, Cubby, they kind of remind me of a fighter called Chan Sung Jung, the Korean zombie, because every time you deck it out with this squad, they just keep going forward and fighting still.
And with how long ADD is playing, he might actually qualify for the Korean Zombie, you know, going back to the OGN MVP Ozone days in the top lane. We'll see if he pulls out that specialty Scion later on, too, to fit the lore that you got there. But I gotta say, I feel like Mataz has been really impressive for me. I still favor Axie going into today's matchup, but Mataz has been great. And I appreciate the shout out to Balda, who has been really making plays for this team. The Fierce Starforge saying that he's been everywhere. Leota, the scout for Dragonsteel, paying them a lot of respect, as Fuego, of course, took down both the NACL teams in the group stage and have a chance to now do so in the knockout stage to the one team that made it.
It's incredible to see a lot of the performances we've been getting out of Fuego, because really a lot of it does come down to the 5v5. They're a great team at team fighting, and a lot of the times we see teams get leads against them, but once it comes to the late game, that is where they start to shine out, and it makes it a difficult task to actually put this team away.
I just really like how they've been empowering Mataz. It feels like yesterday, the bread and butter comps, it was Seraphine plus Jarvan, and then it was the Viego with a Shen behind him to really make sure that you were able to allow for Mataz to go in, create some space, and get some damage done. So I think that Balda is the one that creates the chaos, and then Mataz is the one that they buff up to really have carry, which is going to be a tough task today, because I know that Fierce Starforge dropped yesterday in their series, but felt like Axie had a very good series against Tatsu, and Fierce Starforge are going to need Axie to continue to show up the way that he has, as he has been having a very strong tournament.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I was putting critiques over towards Instinct and Philip, but we've seen them in the past in NACL and how well they can perform. Instinct on a lot of these like team fight marksmen has been able to show up in the NACL. Philip has had spectacular plays that we've seen in the past. As do give a shout out to some of the staff of Fear Starforge right there. So I still think Fear are slightly favored coming into this matchup, but again, those the blunders that we've been seeing in the past series, that really does need to be ironed out for this one.
And honestly, for both teams, I know that Fuego, they tend to like the forever fight here and there, which happens when you have people that like to play as aggressive as Balda and Mataz do. So I'd love to see Fierce Starforge show some of that discipline on the map. I feel like their map play and movement hasn't been that bad. It's just that both top and bottom have been falling behind in lanes. So if we can have stronger lanes for them, that could be good. And Desrex, we're a ways into this first draft as the players are ripping and roaring here. Of course, game one of our best of 5 Fearless. This is the first time we've seen the best of 5 Fearless in this tournament. For the record, any champ pick cannot be played again. In game 4, you lose your second phase of bans. So we go back to old school league with only 3 bans at the start. And then game 5, there are no bans. So if you want a champ ban for game 5, you got to let it through some point in the tournament. Or in this series, I should say.
So let's go through some of the picks that have been picked up so far. Fear Starforge getting themselves both the Rel, Cassante, and Varus. Varus has been a lot of comfort for Instinct and can provide that long-range poke, as well as some teamfight ability with the Chain of Corruptions. The response coming out of Fuego so far, they are getting some good scaling onto their side. They do have the Azir as well as the Jhin, and now going to finish that off with Gnar.
And of course, Gnar got that bonus 3 AD this patch. We are on the Worlds patch. You can see that 14-18. I think it really did help Gnar in a couple of these matchups. And of course, with his build, Trinity Force and Sterex really do scale off of your base AD heavily. So it was a really, really big buff for Gnar. And we've seen other players take advantage of that in this matchup. So already some strong laning showing for Fuego. I'm interested. We haven't seen this yet from a Blaze Olive, but we have seen Poke Varus get played, and that was an old matchup into Azir mid, something that Jackie's was even playing in LEC later on. I know that a Blaze Olive has been ever so flexible in that mid lane, so wondering if we get any swap ups here. I doubt it, but we do have the Orianna and the Hui banned away, so maybe more reason for a Blaze Olive to think about taking that Varus into the mid lane.
And I do like the bans for Fear Starforge because they realize that what Fuego need right now is a frontline. And Mataz plays some very gnarly frontliners in the jungle. Amumu was one of the prominent ones in group stages. Sejuani is one that he's played a lot during the regular season in the LRN. So taking away some of those as now Fuego starts to build that frontline that was mentioned earlier. For the moment being, it's the hover onto Nautilus, and that will be locked in, giving them some sort of lockdown.
I mean, I'll be real. I'd love if Fear Starforge like took a Kaisa here. I think it's really good into the Jhin, like not lane. You could put the Varus mid, and then you could unlock a Ziggs first pick later on by having Kai'Sa out for the rest of the best of 5 Fearless, but not going to be the case. It's going to be a little bit more stock standard for them. Ivern coming out for Axio, I got to say. First Ivern that he's played in this tournament. And then it is going to be the Corki for Bo3s. So a pick that was passed up a little bit yesterday, but making its way out here. And is that locked? Okay, I thought that Kha'Zix was locked in, though. Looks like it might be Jarvan.
Jarvan would be a pick to go for. Allows you to try and get that Cataclysm onto something like the Varus, which doesn't have that much mobility.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is going to be locked in. Fuego going to take that one. And Mataz, he works really well when he can get very aggressive with these ganks. And J4 does allow that very early on into the game.
And a lack of magic damage for Fierce Starforge, something they might have to look out for as this game continues. Overall for Fuego, I've been really liking this Azir Jhin duo for carries. I feel like Jhin has really been opening up space for things like Azir later on. But for Fierce Starforge, Bo3s has been really strong in the marksman. And I think a lot of this is going to be about absorbing that early fight, because the Fuego comp has to go in and then resetting and making sure that Corki and Varus are able to continuously auto-attack throughout these so that they can turn the fight later on.
And then again, this is going to be a pretty tense one. Both of these teams 2-2 throughout this tournament. In the group stages, it was Fuego who were able to get the better of Fear. Then in that upper bracket, we had Fear taking the 2-1 series. So 2-2 right now. Fuego has been pretty phenomenal, again, in these 5v5s. NACL, they did lose Dragon still early. Fear are still fighting, though. This is the knockout stage. Top 3, it's not enough, man. You want to make it to the finals. And this is how you do it. Lower bracket.
And we'll see what Balda can find on this Nautilus. Has been so big for Fuego. And we'll see what kind of form Fierce Starforge comes in with. Again, it feels like coming into this tournament, so many fans were expecting the NACL teams to find victory. Has not been the case. I know from the tape, I was really impressed by Pain. And they have been the best team throughout this tournament so far. Fierce Starforge falling short yesterday. Want to right the wrongs and make sure they topple Fuego again in the bracket stage.
You know what? And kind of needs some respect onto the name of the LRN after all of this. I mean, we were hyped on teams like Dragon still because what? They had like the perfect season, everything. They won NACL. Well, what did Fuego do in the LRN? They had a perfect season as well. Then they go into the group stage, only lose 1 game there. Then they go into playoffs and sweep that without losing a single game. That was a 27-1 record they made. Fuego, big impact over there. And a lot of teams are learning that, yeah, you do need to respect this squad.
Ooh, okay. I do want to highlight, it is the poke Varus for Instinct. I'm not too surprised by that. It will help Instinct play a little bit further back, and it's something that he has been playing throughout the tournament. Something actually strong enough that we've seen the other teams pick it up. It was only Fierce Starforge and Dragonsteel that were starting the tournament playing that pick, but more and more teams have been taking that for themselves. As we can hear the all chats going off. I see Mataz have a bit of a chuckle. I know XU's typing. I heard that him and Tatu like to have some banter between each other, so I'm glad that's continuing with Mataz as well, who I think has been really impressive on picks like the Jarvan. Again, Fuego dropped their first game yesterday, ended up coming back against Vivocade Stars, and that Jarvan in the game too, he was playing it into Jhin actually, and it was massive in getting on that pick and really making life hard for Mortis.
A little bit of skirmish breaking down in the bottom lane. Baola wants to stay in on this, but it's going to cost him his flash as he has to bail out. Here, Starforge going to get the better of the exchange.
All right, we've got Bo3s now in the mid lane to go for the Conquer. This time around, we've seen this now on Corki quite a bit as the fleet was nerfed, so more reason to not take it. And Winston might be able to find something here. I thought he could blow flash and actually go on Bala, but instead going to wait. If they get pushed, they might be able to get 2 first. We will see. Viros is being very competitive in terms of getting that way. But if it is 2 first, I expect Winston to flash in. Yeah.
It's not going to get it first. It is coming up in just a moment right now with this next minion clear. Bala is just going to be forced to wait it out for a little bit longer. Looking at where the pathing's going, it does mean that XU will be finishing towards the bottom lane, which could be interesting because that flash burnt does give him opportunity, a window to potentially look for a gank down there.
Yeah, of course, on the Ivern, you got to prep camps on each side of the map, so it is going to be him making his way towards the bot side, along with Bonton, who will be matched. And meanwhile, top, we do see Philip falling a little bit behind the Gnar. Gnar, again, the 380 really helped him, and he can really harass K'Sante with those hyper procs. K'Sante, in order for him to do damage to the Gnar, really has to use that all-out form when the Gnar is in mini, or, you know, find a way to go double unstoppable during the Gnar combo when he is in Mega, using that all-out as well.
The angle coming down to the bottom lane. XU hovering over, trying to get the eyes onto Mataz as he uses the Scrying Plant. That is going to give vision over, so XU does know where the opposing jungler now is.
And Boys Olive should know that the Jarvan could be looking mid as Bala had to take a reset. Winsome has not, so if they fight, Bala's going to be stronger. Winsome's just got to be careful.
Oh, hook lands into the wall. That means you do get an escape for Winsome. Nice use of the terrain right there. Hops right over it. Doesn't get caught by Bala.
Good reset from Bala. Like, him having the full health bar was a big difference there in making sure that Jarvan secures not just this crab, but both crabs. You can see XU burned his flash. He's going to have to base to reset his camps. Instead, XU not choosing to do that. As Ivern, you have a bit of an elongated window, given you have to prep camps. So he's using that bonus time to make sure his bot lane is safe. But Mataz will cash in with the double crab to start off this game.
I feel pretty good for J4. Get that level 6. Maybe a little bit more faster. Gives you the Cataclysm, which again, you know, look at the vulnerable targets. That's still Varus. You get his flash out, you're able to Cataclysm, then that's a Varus that you can probably take in a lot of these early fights. So something he'll be keeping his eyes on as this does continue, but it's now taking the reset. XU going to be over on that top camp. Bala goes forward right here. Winsome looks to turn it around, and Bala's taking a lot of damage. Throws the hook right on, and it's first blood picked up by Winsome. Virus on the retreat. Wants to keep his flash getting slown by the hail of arrows. Will have to burn his cleanse in the process.
Well played by Winsome. Got the shield break on the Q that the Rel has. As we're going to see Zelt burn some mana to get out of the mid lane, but well played by Axu to sneak in there and force a little something out of his ear, who did just TP back. But that look in the bot lane, Rel, so like, a big stat advantage against Nautilus early on in the game, just between those two champions and what you get. When you break the shield like that and are able to wait out the Aftershock as Instinct did, very well played. The kill does go over to Winsome, who had the Ignite ticking, which is a bit of a bummer, but still nice from the Fear Starforge bot lane, who, as we've said, have had some struggles in this tournament, but that's a good start for them in this best of 5, Deserux.
Very good start for them, getting first blood, getting it onto your bot lane. As far as now, the focus over into the mid lane. Bala is still camping around there, but for the most part, Winsome is there to just make sure the wave is going to be shoved in without too much air to zone out Zelt. XU waiting on the opposite side. Maybe trying to bait out what they think is in that bottom bush. But no, XU going to push away now. As the lane swap is called, Virus showing up in the mid lane just in case there's any more pressure over there. Now finally Bala going to step forward. Deadly Flourish, rooting up Winsome in the mid lane. A couple shots coming in from Blaze Olive, doesn't get too much damage on to Bala.
And the way that both teams are exiting, looks like it could be a trade of objectives, as Jarvan will jump on the dragon there. And we will have Axu cleaning up the 2 camps he prepped on the top side and make his way over to the Grubs. I will say denying Grubs kind of nice against Fuego, because in the mid game, this Azir with the early Nashor's Tooth, hopefully, and then ADD with Eternity Force, they can spike and find some shove. So Grubs can help them take some early plates, early turrets. The fact that first Grubs do go over to Fear Starforge, I feel like this is playing a little bit more defense than offense, just denying it from Fuego, who have the stronger lanes in this game, especially on the top side of the map, but still, they'll take it. And a good opener so far for Fear Starforge, as XU on this Ivern has been doing a nice job controlling the map.
I still have some late game worries, so grabbing the Grubs, I know it's more of a defensive play, but it does open up opportunities for pushing a lot of these turrets to try and get yourself gold, so you don't really suffer from your damage profile. As XU coming in for the invade will just nab away that red buff. Gives a quick wave to Mataz, says, hey, I'm wearing red right now. Guess what I just stole?
Yeah, that's called getting burned, you know. Field Vern comes in and drops a couple smites. Camps instantly go bye-bye. It was only 2 Grubs here for Axu. I think he might want to delay the spawn of the second Grubs. Again, they don't really win on this top side. Ivern doesn't take him that fast, and I just don't think grubs are too advantageous for the Pure Starforge comp this game. It's going to be tough for them as individuals to go hit those turrets. So the fact that he leaves one up will delay the spawn of the next one, and might buy a window where Fuego aren't able to fight for that. That said, it also allows for him to defend the bot side camps, as Mataz and Zelda have kept their eyes on that. Good vertical control ward setup as they're stacking them. Something that a lot of the teams are doing. We don't really talk about wards too often, Desterux, but really tough to get through 2 control wards, as this gives you a ton of control over that part of the map specifically, but not enough for Mataz to sneak in the jungle quite yet of XU.
It's been pretty interesting how aggressive Bala's been willing to go. And now he has to be a little bit more careful about that. Instinct just hit level 6, which means the Chain of Corruption is available. If you get the wrong engage, he's going to lock you down. And Nautilus at this stage, not exactly that tanky. Not going to get much tankier from the support role, so be careful about that.
Yeah, Balda, again, receiving a lot of praise from people out, at least from our NACL reps that I've seen on my Twitter feed with Fuego. And
yeah.
I appreciate it. You know, sometimes supports are unsung heroes, but Paula is just crazy enough to get recognition, you know? I feel like that's got to be it.
Look at this. Bala's looking to try and spot out where XU is. XU already taking both of his camps, red buff, as well as the golems, hovering towards his raptors. Not going to have much issues with clears over here. However, now looking back over towards this top side, grub spawn still going to be quite delayed as no one's taking that final grub. The wave so hard shoved in by ADD leads him to about an 18 CS lead.
Yeah, ADD, of course, not exactly a Challengers League alum, but a Challengers alum of past from IMT and the Academy days. So
was on a team with ABO.
Fun to see ADD. Yeah, was on a team with a Bo3s, indeed. And so far, utilizing that Gnar to pretty good success. Again, that lane with the 3AD that Gnar got. I think this matchup in particular got so much better for Gnar. This and the Renekton matchup. I'm going to be really interested to see how big of a pick Renekton will be at Worlds, just given that a lot of players are comfortable with the Gnar matchup, and it is one that you can cash in. And at the moment, ADD cashing in this Gnar pick into Cassante. Quite good.
So that final
no
Void
second
grub,
grubs this game. Yeah.
That was taken super late, so yeah, that takes away the second spawn of it. So Mataz grabbing that so late means that the next spawn is going to be the Rift Herald itself.
I honestly really appreciate that decision from XU. I feel like we benefit as Fierce Starforge from slowing down this game as fill up.
He was looking for an angle on the all-out, but doesn't go for the over-the-wall all-out. Will still continue the chase onto ADD!
Yeah!
And he gets the solo kill, shoved in all day. That's a lot of rage built up, and he takes it out on ADD.
All right, Philip. Philip has not had his best tournament. That's a great start for him. And the two side lanes that have been, in my opinion, kind of struggling for Fierce Starforge at points start this game off with early kills found throughout each of their laning. Really good sign for Fierce Starforge today is Winsome found by Bala.
See, this is what I was talking about, Bala. You got to be careful about the engages because the crowd control is now online for Fierce Starforge. And they're off to the races right now on this start, able to land a snare right onto Mataz, who was trying to hide around, but I'm sorry, Ivern is here. Let's see if he actually does smite that away.
He's waiting
Walking
for a
over,
smite, yeah.
Simple little snatch away from Mataz. And yeah, Fierce Starforge, they've taken control of the early game.
This is a great look for Fierce Starforge. I really like the Ivern pick, how XU's been playing it, just these hovers, and the fact that coming in, I mean, we were both talking about the Fuego Forever fight, right? Where we've seen fights from this team where they last like a minute 20 on the Rift, just back and forth. They want to keep on going in, taking fights, and
you get
a champ like
Ivern.
Yeah, I mean, a champ like Ivern really benefits in that scenario, just able to sustain, kind of hold the line, keep things cool. Is now.
Now, Bala going to stick in this one. He does have Flash. He does have his cooldowns available. XU needs to bail, but gets caught out by Mataz. Cataclysm dropped onto a Blaze Olive. Winsome has to flash over the wall to stay alive, and Fuego bite back.
Blaze Olive now. He no flash. He's going down. A little bit desynced there from Fierce Starforge as Instinct wasn't with the stack. He was in bot lane. Meanwhile, Fuego was stacked as Virus was a big difference, and he might be a big difference here as Instinct's looking.
Virus on the opposite end. He has his fourth shot available. Bala is incredibly low, but Fear Starforge can't get the damage onto him. We'll turn towards Virus. Dragon still pulled. Mataz is getting damage on it. 2k health does remain. Winsome around the corner. And that's going to be a Dragon going over to Fuego.
It was a good stall, but not enough. Philip can look for another kill up here as he has the Iceborne Gauntlet before the Trinity Force was completed. Difficult for Nar to deal with that slow kill. You see it's forcing out the jumps.
Ooh.
Zelt dodges out on both the Root from XU and the Chains of Corruption from Instinct. As that is a high-value slip inside there from the Azir. Meanwhile, Bo3s, though, going to pick up some points mid.
I'm telling you, that's the Korean zombie thing I was talking about, man. Fear Starforge, I think everything's fine, but for some reason, Fuego just keep walking towards your face. They don't care how the fight's going. They just care for the fight, and we're seeing that over in the top lane as Philip tries to bring it to ADD once again, but the Q3 gets avoided. Now over in the river by Dragon. Daisy's down, and we'll get the knockup onto Baola. Gets returned by the Flag and Drag. Taz lands onto XU. Blaze Olive there to just peel off for his jungler.
Center Sky is completed for Montaz. And going to be the Shiv for the gym. We've seen a lot of IU start. We're going to take another look. Yeah, I look at Instinct here. Like, he gets Viras to cancel the ult, but that's it. And then he gets throwed up by the Dragon. Just really can't get involved in this fight. So the stack was for Fuego. Some of the tools from Fear Starforge were burned on the past bot play. And this is what I love about Fuego. Like, they appreciate the timer. There was just a skirmish, keep in mind, in that bot side jungle where Fear Starforge, they burned some big tools and won out on that small skirmish, Desirux. So what does Fuego do? They bring the tools that they have. They know Fear Starforge don't have those cooldowns, and they use that advantage to press their own advantage and get back in this game. Well played from Fuego.
This is something that Fear Starforge, they shouldn't be surprised by anymore. I mean, I remember in previous games where these teams went against each other, it was Mataz on Viego, who would just flash on you in a heartbeat, did it to Blaze Olive in the mid lane and would get kills that way. So you have to be expecting this team willing to use their resources at any given moment to take you down, as now another fight breaks out over in the bottom lane between Philip. He's going after him and will take down ADD in the solo kill once again.
Cassante moment again for Philip, as that was really well done against ADD. ADD has Flash coming back up off cooldown. Philip finds him before that tool is available for ADD to escape the crushes of Cassante. Well, not going to be able to take too much of that turret, but will open up some space for his team to safely take this Rift Herald. I will say ADD, he will be mini, but he does have a TP. And Fuego, they're posturing, but Zelt's found.
Oh, Emperor's Divide comes out. Flag and Drag lands onto nothing. Winsome might go down to the fourth shot of the curtain call. He comes out. It will take him down, but it's a trade as ABO will find Mataz. Now over the wall with the Root. Finds it onto Zelt. Zelt has to dash out to find his safety. ADD is here only in the small form. Will still go for the chase on Big Philip, as well as a Blaze Olive. Everything returns back to the lanes as it's Winsome traded for Mataz.
XU was able to secure the eye as ADD pulled back, but Bo3s doesn't want an ADD about to go mega. It'll be the end of the fight. I still feel like it's advantage Fear Starforge in the 1-for-1. They get the Rift. They get a lot of tools out of Fuego. Zelt now going to be the next target with him burning Flash in that fight, you got to believe.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, most definitely. Zero without a Flash. Let's get that man. Beat him up, take his lunch money, give him a slushie in the toilet. We got to get some revenge. This is the big match 5 between both of these squads, man. Of course, it's going to be a best of 5. As looking for the next setup, so we take stock of what's on the map right now. I mean, it's a 3k lead coming out for Fear Starforge. A minute 20 before the Dragon does come up. Fuego have been stacking a lot of those early Drakes. Fear Starforge can look to put an end to that.
That's too bad. Fuego, they like the Cloud and Chemtech being taken down. Usually, you get a lot better odds of rolling a good soul. Ocean doesn't really help them that much this game. It would somewhat match some of the sustain that Ivern has. I guess there is some poke on Fear Starforge, but I don't think what they were hoping for. You know, if you get an Infernal, get the stack a quick Infernal Soul, it would have been, I think, the beat of Fuego's drum a little bit more. Not to mention their namesake, but with 48 seconds left, we do have a good push mid from Fear Starforge. I think they can wait to drop Herald until the next wave, but okay. Daisy does get dropped.
It's not Herald, but Herald's second cousin twice removed, potentially, as the mid tower will not go down. Still have that eye to potentially use, maybe saving it for a little bit later when this Dragon does come up, just to establish our priority, take the tower at the same time, as Fear reset up in the mid lane.
I'd love to know where Daisy falls in the Herald family tree. I feel like that could be some good lore for there for Riot. Zelt, keep in mind, he is off to the side, does sidestep that route, but we'll have to be a little bit careful with how he positions. And speaking of positioning, at the moment, ADD, he is no TP, and he is staying up in the top lane. Meanwhile, Philip, he has faded down to help Fierce Starforge take this objective, but is not on that wave, so it looks like it will be a trade.
Interesting move right here. Fuego start to stack up over towards the top side, potentially looking to protect ADD, but for Fierce Starforge, not going to press the momentum over there. They just want to stop the dragon stacking and push in that bottom wave.
Yeah, honestly, I really like what Fierce Starforge did there. They played out both mid and bot lane. They got bot lane all the way in thanks to a Bo3s. So once they see Zelt show on that wave, a lot of safety to make sure this Drake falls over in their hands safely, and that's exactly what ends up happening. So well played, Fierce Starforge. Some good rotations there just to make sure that they're able to get that dragon. I do like playing that bot wave all the way in. That really forced Fuego to have no chance to contest this objective.
I do think Fear have been improving as we've seen them go on and on throughout this tournament. And what I've been seeing that I've been liking the most is patience coming out of Fierce Starforge, especially in a lot of these fights. I saw it from XU yesterday where he held on to his cease and desist until late into the fight to clean it up instead. So it's stuff like that that's really cool coming out of Fear.
That's been good. Again, I feel like the map movements from Fear have actually been pretty sound. It's just that their bot and top lanes have been really struggling in the laning phase itself. So the fact that Philip and Instinct have the good start that they do is really going to help them later on. Again, this comp will be a little bit lacking on the magic damage, so that is the one small concern I have. A bit surprised to see Jarvan even going for the Mercury Treads, but I guess the root duration from the Varus and the Ivern enough, as he knows that he's going to be going in and eating some rel Qs most likely.
Your Starforge once again into the mid lane. Oh, the trap set by Virus. Right onto it. There's more members of Fuego who are kind of corralling in here. Mataz has an angle to go for the dunk. Winsome has to flash backwards. Philip going forwards. And there's the Emperor's Divide. It does bring Philip closer to Virus. He hops right onto him. Looking to take down the marksman. Can't find him. Virus is able to stay alive. And Fear now pulling back after they claim Vala. Very close exchange. You got the Meganar of ADD there, but far too late.
Yeah, just one Q going wide from Philip. It would have found the kill onto Viras if he was able to connect with those Ntofu strikes. But good sidestep. Viras taking advantage of the move speed on the Jins. That said, it is still the mid turret dropping as Herald gets dropped kind of at the last second by Axu, and then they reset. So this Herald, again, disappointing. Won't get much done. And I feel like Fierce Starforge, like how they've taken some of these turrets, utilized their heralds, it hasn't exactly been clean, hasn't exactly been ideal. Going back to yesterday, how they played out their Ziggs comp as well. So still room for improvement for them on the map, but at least the idea to group and take that was pretty sound. Fuego didn't really have a chance in that one.
Oh, God. We're getting to these big, meaty fights now as Philip versus ADD. Zelt's going to be the great equalizer to try and spare ADD from the misery that Philip's been putting down. A bot lane turret will fall in the name of Fuego.
That response, though, from Fierce Starforge. They actually did bring the Herald up top, so should get a crash on the inner. I love that from them. Kind of makes this Herald worth it. Oh, they weren't able to drive it in. Never mind. That's small loss.
And this is pretty nice from Fear, putting both Winsome and Instinct in the jungle to cut off the route of Fuego from defending this tower. Means you get a little bit more extra damage onto it. Fuego trying to set up, but there's nothing to really be had in terms of a play.
Yeah, they're going to have to go respond to Philip on the bot side now as continued to shove this one in. So well done from Fierce Starforge. Do want to say that one of the Leandries and the Black Cleaver comes in here. It's already the Cleaver down for ADD, but the Leandries as well. It is going to hurt Cassante a bit, just being able to try and rip through that armor as the Gnar. And the Leandries burn, of course, always good against a tank for Zelt. So I think Philip does have to be a little bit careful in these fights because the solo laners of Fuego are really going to look to control and melt him early on as he's, trying to play interrupt in the backline with the Rel.
Credit over to ADD, even though he did die twice in lane, still 40 CS ahead, so being able to keep up at least in the CS department means that he has a Black Cleaver as well as that Trinity Force now completed. So you can take a look at the gold over there. Good timing. Bringing up that top. It's actually a Blaze Olive that's currently leading the charge. Thanks to a lot of the farming he's had, as well as the presence he's been able to establish when he's there for those turrets going down.
See if any more turrets can be knocked down here by Fierce Starforge, but I do think the 3-line setup isn't exactly advantageous for them. If they get in a poke war with the Ivern and the Jhin, I think that's where they're going to be comfortable. It's Bala.
Yeah, Chain of Corruption goes out, but Bala's not finding much. You got Winsome. That's support. That's not the priority target. Teleport does get burnt from a Blaze Olive, however.
15 seconds until the Dragon that will help them secure mid-priority, and Blaze Olive again played bot all the way in, but Winsome, good sidestep, still getting taken low, and the Redemption forced out of Fierce Starforge, so a good take from Fuego.
Yeah, but in return, ADD did go into Meganar form, so if a fight breaks out soon, that's not going to be on the table. Philip, however, is just going to stick to the side lanes. This is the easy tower to grab. Oh, man.
Can't interrupt ADD. He's got no TP. Philip might have an angle.
Oh, here comes Big Philip on an angle. Mataz is left by his lonesome in a blaze. Olive will take him down. Now Philip going forward, sees Zelt. Says, that's my new target. Big Felipe going for the hunt. Doesn't land the Q3. Will turn it on to Virus instead. ABO grabs the kill. And 2 fall for Fuego on the Dragon play. Fear come out ahead.
Really like the approach from Fear in this game. They're disciplined to play out their side lanes. They aren't giving Fuego every single fight angle that we've seen this team get, and it's hurting them because Fuego, they're defaulting to grouping, defaulting to try and look, try and posture, take these fights. But Fierce Starforge, again, just being disciplined and making sure they get their waves all the way in before they group. Fuego are losing by continuously grouping and not finding any sound engage against this Fierce Starforge core, who now have that second Dragon under their belt, have a 5k gold lead in their hands. You gotta believe that sights are gonna be set on the Baron, which is gonna be quite slow if Fierce Starforge want to take it, but could be good bait.
I've absolutely loved the way that Philip has been playing the map. Utilizing that last teleport play was huge right there. Big Felipe trying to atone for some of the plays that we've seen throughout the Americas tournament. Looking good once again as he heads over to the sidelines.
Atonement's a good word here for Felipe, but he's trying to be Saint Felipe here in Brazil. Bringing this one back as Philip, again, Ed struggled a little bit in the tournament, but the fact that he got this wave all the way in top, and then this fight he had, I love the angle he took. Zelt forced to flash that Q3, so that's a summoner spell they can punish later on against the Azir. And Philip with that take on the top inner and the TP down, ADD just did not have a good response, was not in the right side, not on the right side of the map. For that fight, and Fierce Starforge were able to punish off the back of Philip, the player that I feel like has really struggled the most, especially in that series against Hedon and Pain yesterday. So really good sign for Fierce Starforge fans today to see Philip performing well in this first game.
They said it during the opening segment that we had that when they get sent to the lower bracket, this is the Fear comfort zone. For those of you not familiar with the NACL, you know, they fell into the lower bracket, immediately clear that game there to get into the finals. It's kind of a repeat of what happened in NACL Summer as Fear, when they're pushed to the limit, this is when you start to see that team show up. Now Philip still shoving in these waves, battling it out over there in the bottom lane with ADD.
Yeah, nothing really to be found here. ADD will pop Mega. I gotta say, each team, especially with this poke Ferris, just not gonna be fast Baron takes. Not much Azirs there for Fuego. So I would not be surprised if we just see Baron not really be a thing.
So fun watching the pressure that Philip's applying in the side lanes at the moment. Still the hovers around Baron. Yeah, I have to agree with your take on that, Cubby. There's nothing really to fight for at the given moment, so a lot of this is just going to be wave state setup, constantly shoving them in. Philip's doing a great job at that. Now you're sending a Blaze Olive over to the top lane to make sure that crashes too.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Do have Zelt in the bot lane. This hasn't been spotted by Fierce Starforge or Philip. Would be one way to find a kill. Again, a lot of the teams, their answer in this tournament has just been to hunt Philip in the side lane. And the fact that Philip has a lead isn't really far behind and is playing more disciplined on which waves he's stepping up for and not, really helping Fierce Starforge just get to a better state to secure this game. as Philip has not been a liability in the side lane. He's been the exact opposite of that, playing probably his best game of the tournament, or at least the best one since that Olaf game we saw from him. And Baron has been started. It's slow, but with the burn, it's healthy.
And this is a good call, too. ADD just lost Meganar. If he teleports in, you're not going to have that ultimate. So, Fear, they really did press the advantage right there, thanks to Philip in the bottom lane. 4K health remains. This is up to Mataz to try and get a steal to bring this back for Fuego. But Fear, again, playing patiently right now. Still taking some damage. They're going to reset the Baron. Potentially look for an angle right now. They're not able to find one, but Philip turns on to ADD. ADD should be a hop, skip, and jump right over that wall. That Meganar now going to be available. Here comes Winsome looking for the Magnet Storm, finds it onto ADD. Philip goes forward. ADD still hasn't burnt that ultimate. He's burnt alive. Philip onto the backline. Goes after Virus. Virus has to burn his flash to get away. Gets caught by the Q3 is Zelt. Philip critically low. Zelt looking to swing it out, but he's got no more teammates. Bala and ADD have fallen, and Fear win the team fight.
I think this has been a great game one read from Fear, playing the Ivern, just slowing these games down, making sure that they're the ones that are healthy and using some poke to just put Fuego in bad spots. Fuego's been grouping too much. They have not been playing the sides, and it's just gotten them at a bigger and bigger disadvantage as Fear Starforge have been able to neutralize and turn the plays as Mataz trying to get in the pit.
Yeah, Phillips looking to escape. Mataz goes in. Mataz gets the steal for Fuego. What the hell, man? He's going to give his life for the cause himself. Looks to clean this up. He grabs XU. He has to fight it out with Big Philip, though, and he will be able to shut that big man down. Winsome falls. It's a triple kill for Zelt, and you can't count Fuego out.
Mataz has been the hero for this team. It's been Balva that makes things crazy, but Mataz that's been the carry. And yes, he goes down, but taking that Baron, finding the triple kill for Fuego. They have a lot of standing turrets to knock down. That's the last outer. They have every inner now to get through. And this Baron should also help them get the Dragon. A huge play from Fuego to get them back in this game. Just as it looked like Fear Starforge, we're going to snuff that Ignite out. Fuego, they're back.
Mataz has been that big star, and under pressure, I think it was like 700 health. We got to see that again. Mataz, the most heroic steal possible to keep Fuego into this. 70 health was the smite.
Yeah, the control ward being dropped in that brush gave him the vision, and the ult plus smite combo, he finds it. Well played from Mataz. And again, I mean, a lot of big kills going over. A triple kill to Zelt. We've seen what Zelt can do in some of these later team fights when he gets going. And that's really big for getting him in this game. He's now 4-0-2. That's a Void Staff now on this level 16 Azir. Could be an issue for Fear Starforge moving forward. Again, their front line very vulnerable to this Conquer Azir, as we have another fight breaking out.
Oh, Fear realized they still have the ball in their court. They can still keep going for the plays, but Instinct's left by himself. The backline is deleted. Here comes Philip. He's looking for Zelt. Zelt's able to put down the Emperor's Divide, but over the wall comes ABO, and Zelt is down. Philip finds it, going after ADD. The long chase. One more missile lands in a Blaze Olive. Gets the counter punch. Fear take down 4.
I mean, Instinct, he fell after he pretty much just, killed the entire bot lane of Fuego. As that combo coming out from Winsome and Instinct, it connected onto the bot lane of Fuego, and they melted at the hands of this poke Varus. Yes, Instinct falls, but the rest of the fight, once Zelt goes down, no chance for Fuego. And that's the Baron off the shoulders of Fuego, minus Mataz, and that's going to make things a lot harder for them. Good bounce back from Fear Starforge to find that kill.
A good move. This sets it down to a negative Baron power play for Fuego, unfortunately. Yeah. But it's all because Fear Starforge, they did not waste an ounce of time, Cubby.
And it really is just this opener. I look at the engage from Winsome and Instinct. Great flip from Philip. We missed that. The double Q3. Yeah. Making it so Winsome can find the easy combo on the rel. Yes, the Varus goes down, but that's after he already unloaded around the cooldowns, which completely killed the bot laners of Fuego. After that, Zelt the target. Easy cleanup for Fear Starforge.
What an insane game one. Every time these teams fight, though, I'm not going to lie, I'm not that surprised. This is my expectation of a Fear Fuego game, that someone's going to get a lead, and at some point, things are going to go haywire, and we're just going to be throwing hands left and right. But right now, it's Fear who do have the advantage. Still 6K in the lead as we take a look at that gold graph. A little bit of a dent because of that Baron, but back into position.
Just the stalagmites coming off the ceiling, Desirux, you know? It's a cave we're in, it's Fear Star Fort. No, I gotta say, I still really like the Ivern approach. I know it was one oopsie around the Baron, but I think Ivern's a good read into this team. As Winston goes in, they're gonna try and get ADD.
And ADD can't even stay in. He has to bail as Meganar's popping at the same time. Yeah, that bar just ticked red. So he has to get to the respawn as fast as he can if he's going to utilize that ultimate. The recall called from Zelt. He's got to get back to base because his base is in flames. ADD steps forward, looks for the wave clear. Mataz looking for an angle. Flag and drag could be devastating, but flashes are available for Fear, so they can get out of it. As Chain Corruption goes out, it's the fourth first one to fall. Mataz looks for the back end, but Philip is there to absorb all those shots. Mataz able to get the shutdown onto a Blaze Olive as ADD looks for the back exit. Philip goes forward, tries to find Zelt. He's right on top of Zelt. We'll put the all out onto Zelt, and you can't stop him with the Embers to fight as he goes unstoppable. The arrow will follow him into the respawn, and Fear Starforge fight tooth and nail with patience and with confidence, and they'll be taking game number 1 of this best of 5 Fearless series.
ADD falls one more time as the Nexus will go down in favor of Fear Starforge. And man, I gotta say, Xu and Winsome, that jungle support duo, we spent a lot of time talking about how Mataz and Balda are the ones that get the ball rolling for Fuego. Well, the Ivern was the neutralizer, and the Rel was the one getting the party started on the side of Fear Starforge. Really good looks from them. And the side lanes for Fear Starforge, the weakness in that series against Pain, each found kills in the laning phase. Philip with the 1v1s, the 2v2 for the Fear Starforge bot lane. I think that's the best sign you could have asked for as a Fear Starforge fan. If you have hopes for this series and hopes for this team to still hoist that trophy, these guys need to step up, and they did so in this game 1 against Fuego.
This is what we're hoping from out of them, especially from those weak points we mentioned leading into this game. Instinct looked good in the bottom lane. They were able to outlane and get the better of Bala on some of the engages he was going for. Philip, who's been targeted time and time again, seen as a weak point by some of the teams to just constantly dive him, was able to withstand the barrage of constantly being pushed in and solo kill ADD back-to-back. Impressive display from Fear Starforge.
Yeah, and I love this read from them into Fuego. Again, Fuego's a team. They love to fight. They love to go in. So what do you play against it? You play Poke and you play Ivern. We're going to have our health bars always be higher than yours, so your conditions are worse to take fights. We did not see Fuego answer that correctly against Fear Starforge. I think it was a really good read from them and well executed in game 1.
But I think it does show some of the dangers that Fuego have. Even when they were set behind, Mataz had one of the biggest Baron stills that we've seen that resulted in Zelt almost catching up on that Azir.
Yeah, again, you can see some of the pros of Fuego for sure. And I don't expect their identity to change. This is a team that's going to look to go in, take fights. And it's just going to be up to Fear Starforge to deal with that or not. I think their game 1 draft was very good at dealing with that. Ivern Rel is a great combo to try and hide that Rel engage. Cassante too, who can, he can peel, he can go all out and threaten the backline. We saw Philip doing a decent job of that after a good landing phase from him, which we haven't really seen in this tournament. And meanwhile, I mean, ABO was just holding down the fort. He did fine. The triple kill going over to Zelt was dangerous after Mataz took that Baron, but Fear Starforge were able to respond with a fight of their own soon after and really snuff out the flame that Fuego was trying to get going in that game 1.
Yeah, because there were a lot of worries, right? This draft that Fear have, while it's a good response, it was lacking magic damage, as you had brought up multiple times. So there was always the worry in the back of my mind that Fuego would be able to catch up, scale up, and start taking over in some of the late game. That almost became a reality with that Baron part, but still, what happened was just better map play, better side laning, a lot of patience, a good look from Fear.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep it going now. Honestly, Ivern, I think, is a really defensive champ that obviously you do not get your hands on again in the Fearless draft, but I'm really interested now to see if we go for something like a Maokai for Xu. Just another defensive identity to try and shut down, slow down Fuego, because between that coming out of the jungle, and again, each of these side lanes finding advantages for Fear Starforge, something that we haven't seen the side lanes for this team do in this tournament. that really changed their beat, the tempo of this game, and helped Fierce Starforge get such a solid start.
Dude, Philip especially. All the pressure he was able to assert onto these side lanes, and especially onto ADD.
Yeah,
I mean,
well
he
played.
solo killed the man twice when ADD was the one who had the CS lead. And then, of course, a lot of these team fights, the positioning out of Philip drags ADD towards the top side, instantly teleports down here for the dragon fight.
Yeah, this fight, Philip really put them in the blender between fixing that top wave, taking the turret, and then joining. ADD was just nowhere to be found. He did not have access to his TP at the start of this play, even though he had access to it on the back half. This is the big play, though, from Montaz. Nearly got Fuego back in the game. If they end up winning this game, that's the highlight reel for them. That really changed the beat of how this one was going, but unfortunately not enough in the end. As the triple kill for Zelt was definitely scary for Fierce Starforge, but this fight right after, talked earlier about Fuego, they found a winning skirmish where they had cooldowns, and Fierce Starforge did not. This was a fight where the cooldowns were up for both teams from the looks of things. I thought it was a Fierce Starforge cooldown advantage after that last one, but they were here first, and the combo from Winsome that was set up by a double Q3 from Philip was fantastic. Philip, for me, got to be the most valuable player of this game, which has not been the case for Fierce Starforge so far. It was Hedon who was the player of the game in their series yesterday, but Philip really stepping up in this game one, made a lot of big plays, especially going through this highlight package.
Yeah, there was one where he even buffered out of the Emperor's Divide, which just looks so cool, man. Even in these last moments right here, they still get a Blaze Olive. It shows you that there is a little bit of danger left in Fuego. They still have that Spy, still have that Flame. There it is right there. Buffers right out of it.
Yeah,
and follows it with
if he
the
W's
piercing
the other
arrow.
way... Yeah, if he W's the other way, I think he gets the kill, but, you know, Instinct, he had his back, as a good teammate does.
Yeah, so a great performance out of Fierce Starforge. The fear that we were kind of hoping to see as, you know, for the expectations that the NACL had on them, falling so far so short in a lot of the group stage and a lot of what we've seen in bracket, now finally coming alive in what is potentially the 11th hour for Fear.
I mean, it's the comfort zone, right? The Grim Reaper, as we can take a look at the post game for that one. And gotta say, Desterux, who do you think did most damage? Was it Philip, or is it the poke Varus or Corky, you know?
You know what? I'm gonna cheat and look.
It's
It was
close.
Quirky.
It's close. It's like a full
There's
tie.
almost
Wow.
a three-way
Okay.
tie. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would say shout out to Instinct with you know, the poke Varus damage. It's the biggest gap, but also you are playing poke Varus, so you get the biggest range to play with. So maybe it's Philip for just closing the gap and getting all that damage down. Again, Philip, my play of the game in that one, which again, that hasn't really been the case for Fierce Starforge. Philip has been the person getting targeted, getting picked on by other teams. So the fact that he took his Cassante champ, we know Philip's comfortable on, had such a strong game one performance, something that Philip can run with. And hey, these are two matchups that are pretty good against Renekton, another champ we know that Philip will probably play in this best of five. So can open up that pick for him in a later game in this series as well.
I mean, Phillips Renekton's still on the tables. Gragas is still on the table. Hey, even with yesterday's game, I still think his Gragas is a pretty solid pick to have. So there still is a lot left in the wheelhouse. And of course, Fear Starforge, our team that's much more experienced when it comes to Fearless Draft. You know, they fought through a lot of these best of fives already. So they know how these late stages really do go. And especially coming on to this game two that's going to be coming in soon enough. Once you win that game too, that's where we kind of have that advantage zone coming in, right? Because that's when the draft starts to come into your favor due to side selection in game 4 and game 5. So maybe some of that experience going to be on display from Fear Starforge as they get ready for that game 2 draft, Gubby.
No, I think that's a great call. Like game 2 and 3 get so important in making sure that if you get to that 2-game mark, because then you will have the choice of side in the games where you start to lose out on Ben. So we'll see if Fuego can bounce back, as they'll have side select and a chance to win this next game to even things up.
So the rubber match between Fuego and Fear Starforge definitely has been a banger so far, and it's going to keep delivering. We're going to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll get ready for game number 2. And welcome back, everyone, to America's Challengers. We have our lower bracket finals currently underway. Fear Starforge taking on Fuego. Game number 1 going the way of Fear Starforge. Incredible game coming out of Fear Starforge. Very calm, composed, collected. Now for Fuego, I do want to bring the topic up because we talked a lot about Philip and sort of the fluctuations of play we've been seeing from him. Cubby, what about ADD? We've seen a lot of highs and we've seen some very bad lows.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was a low from ADD. I feel like both top laners have had ups and downs. ADD has had a few more ups than downs compared to Philip, but good to see Philip have an up game that time around, and we'll see if ADD can bring it back. I feel like each top laner struggled a bit, and a big part of the reason why Pain Gaming are sitting in finals first is how well Hedon's been playing. So honestly, kind of a warm-up game for each of these top laners, whoever plays tomorrow going up against Hedon, who has been the big boss of top lane in this tournament.
Yeah, I think back to the first time that we saw Fuego and Fear do battle, ADD was able to pull out the Udyr, and that completely smashed Philip in lane. That was a 6-0-8 KDA that we had. Yeah, so we do know that there are some very, very potent high points from him.
Yeah, of course, ADD, if it's a tank, he can play it. Any and all tanks, always going to be available for ADD. I think the Scion pick that he had in Fuego's Game 3 yesterday against Vivo Cade Stars was a huge difference in making sure they found that victory. So we'll see what ADD wants to pull out, especially if it ends up being the personification of the Korean zombie in his Scion, which is his signature pick, going back to his MVP days.
Yeah, we're going for the literal zombie now, aren't we, Cubby?
Yeah.
It's the right season, right? I mean, October is just around the corner. We got spooky season coming. Get some new Halloween skins.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I went for a nice run yesterday, and I saw the first house in my area that was completely decorated, like, all out for Halloween. Like, they had tombstones, like, 7+ skeletons in the front yard, and it kind of threw me off guard. It was a little early for that, you know?
Yeah, it's always very interesting when you start, like, shopping around, and it's already June, and you see the Spirit Halloweens are already starting to pop up. It gets a little spicy there. It gets a little interesting, but speaking of spice, let's get our attention back onto the game with Fuego. Right now, it's their turn to bounce back. They will have side select for this one, opting into the blue side. So we'll see how that seems to influence. We'll see how that does influence their draft.
A side select, especially later on in the best of 5 Fear, was so important as you do lose bans in Game 4 and 5 throughout the series. We'll see if we can get there, but to start off again, I really like the read that Fear Starforge had in that Game 1, if you missed it. First time XU played Ivern all tournament, and that champ, I think, stylistically into what Fuego likes to do, which is fight, and fight a lot, Desterux. It kept the health bars high for Fear Starforge in some of those elongated fights that were attempted for Fuego, and it was a really nice job of playing the map Oh, Philip?
He does this every time. He just does something that's so, like, jarring, off-putting, staring into your soul. You lost. Yeah, don't even.
Oh, he lost the staring contest. Oh no. Oh man. I love Philip. He's so funny. He's a big memer. You know, I saw Philip at LCS finals. It was really cool. Of course, NACL finals were the day after LCS finals for NACL. Fear Starforge, of course, were there at the Riot Games Arena in LA. The first thing that Philip said is like, "Hey man, I've been playing pretty good this summer, huh?" He's like, he just wanted to talk himself up, and I was like, "Yeah, you have, man. Like, it's been a good split for you." Hopefully, it ends up being an even better tournament for him. But I just love Philip. Like, I know that he's a player where we've kind of always had him in the middle of the pack to a little bit higher, and where he sits for the NACL top laners. And Philip, to be fair, I mean, I was sitting on my streams quite a bit. Like, man, Philip's playing pretty solid this year. Like, he's been good, and he knew it too. He just wanted to talk himself up, which I found very funny.
Yeah, I remember when we had our promo packages for the finals in NACL, and we're like, "Hey, what do you think about your opponent Zamudo?" And he's like, "Zamudo's the GOAT, Kappa," and that was it. Like, that's the type of personality he brings. He has been a long established part of Cincinnati Fear / X Starforge. One of the only remaining.
He's a veteran memer, you know.
He's very much a veteran memer, but also As we said, when this roster was put together, seemed very, very strong on paper. A little bit of questions about how Philip was going to do. Was able to shine out with the rest of the boys, and especially in this Americas tournament where we've seen good games on Olaf and even that Cassante. It's nice to see Philip kind of taking that first foot forward for Fear.
Yeah, again, Philip, I mean, a player that I think rightfully so has taken some flack for his play in this tournament, and good to see him having some fun with the camera and also some fun on the Rift, which hasn't really been the case for him in this tournament. But hey, he deserved it in that game. The Cassante was solid, and we'll see what happens as he's able to move forward and hopefully put together more good games in this one. Do you want to say, Zout, you know, someone that in the last 2 interviews, he's actually really hyped up his opponent, and Kisei, and then now Ablaze Olive. I thought he had an okay game. Like, he wasn't able to carry with the triple kill, which was a little bit of a bummer. After that one fight, I don't think it was an expectation for him to. But I do like Zelt's mage play. And in the interview we had with him yesterday, he said he's more comfortable on those champions. So want to see if it continues to be mages, stuff like the Oriana I expect to see from Zelt later on. And to see if he can actually get the best of Ablaze Olive, who I felt like was our strongest mid from NACL and is a player that has been getting respect from his peers in this tournament too.
So a reminder to our audience, this is Fearless Draft. So all the champions that were picked in game number 1 will not be allowed in this game number 2. Not going to run back the Ivor, not going to have the Varus again. You can see right there, games 1 for both sides now displayed just right above the draft. Ooh. And first pick coming in will be the lock-in for the Smolder.
Okay, Smolder was taken. You can see that the focus, though, is for sure onto XU, as 3 jungle champions banned away from XU. But I will say all 3 of those champs actually pretty solid into Maokai. And again, Maokai would be that defensive presence that I'm looking for from Fear Starforge, as it was so good for them with XU's Ivern in game 1. Now, the Ziggs being picked up, I expect to see a Kaisa, and I gotta say, we're going to have a comp already here for Fear Starforge where they're going to have to play and win the early game if they want to play into a Smolder Kaisa.
There's also the opportunity for Fuego to take away that Maokai, because I do know it's something that in the regular season of the LRN, Mataz, his 2 engaged champs, it was either Maokai or Sejuani. Very, very good on those. We also know he does have that pocket of Mumu that he likes to play if he wants to be an engaged role. Still does very well on some of these damage-oriented champs as well. The next hover coming in for Fuego. They're looking to find their bot lane, looking for a marksman. It's going to be Kaisa for Fuego.
All right. So Kaisa is 6-2 in this tournament. Ziggs is 3-8. Most of Kaisa's wins have come into Ziggs. This is a matchup that gets a lot better later on in the game, as Kaisa has the ability to actually dive and push you off of those big objectives when you are the Ziggs. So I gotta say, with the Rakan being locked in for Balda, they're gonna need some big frontliners, some people that Fuego can piggyback off of to get Balda in the backline as we go throughout the rest of this draft. So looking to see tanks taken away from Fear Starforge, as you know, Rakan is solid engage, but the engage gets so much better when you can, you know, start off with a quickness and then E to a friend and then get the grand entrance from there, right? It's just so much stronger if Rakan's able to execute the combo with a friend in the front line.
Next lock in, more side lane pressure going to be drafted by Fear Starforge. Philip will be taking the Jax this time. And I kind of expect tank bans to come both ways. I mean, you want that front line for Fuego, sure. Poppy gets taken away. Would be nice to also deny that over on the side of Fear Starforge.
And this Jax, a little bit of a deny away from ADD as well. So Philip having a little bit of presence of mind in terms of that one, to take that away, as it has been champ we've seen from ADD quite a bit in this split. That said, curious moving forward what we end up having, as we have another, a Shen ban. I don't really like the Shen ban. I know Shen would really help prevent the dive onto the Smolder and the Kaisa, but Jax has like infinite side lane pressure against Shen later on. So maybe targeting a Flex Shen. Maybe they're playing jungle Shen too, who knows? But I feel like Shen ban wasn't that necessary this game.
I was actually just checking into it. This is going to be the first time Philip has played it in the Americas tournament so far on this Jax pick. Has played it over the course of the season 4 times, 3 victories on it.
Well, I'm really interested to see what this pick is. As I highlighted the Orianna being a big pick for Zelt. So it feels like we kind of have roles reversed here with Bo3s Olive piloting the Ori and Zelt on the Smolder. We need Wombo combo, though, for Fierce Starforge because Ziggs, the Orianna, that is a lot of magic damage up front. I expect, I mean, maybe it's a Kindred game for Axu, unironically decent against Smolder Kaisa. And you do need physical damage, but really interested to see where this one goes.
Next lock-in, Fuego find the Renekton. And again, that's a champion that Philip does have a lot of history on, so that means that Philip's not going to be able to play it within this series. Good takeaway from ADD. Try and pressure that topside Jax.
And we saw Philip drop this. Whoa! That's a Zac! Oh my goodness. Okay, I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that from Mataz. I mean, that's one way to give Rakan a couple people to piggyback off of in the front line. As the Elastic Slingshot going in should be big for Mataz and Fuego. Not a lot that can keep Zac out as well, which is actually really important, as it's going to be Wukong. A little bit of tank busting coming in for Axu. This is a very good champ into Zac. Also, a ball delivery system for a Bo3s Olive. So I do like the Wukong pick. I feel like it helps round out the comp a little bit for Fierce Starforge. And it does give you a way to cancel the Elastic Slingshot. It will cost you a Wukong ultimate, but at least it's one tool.
And I know it's not going to him, but what's Philip's favorite champion?
Renekton?
No, it's Wukong.
Oh, yeah.
No,
That
his
is
favorite
right.
champion of all time has always been Wukong. Just a little fun fact throwing in there, but yeah. We are going to have the monkey business. For everything you said, Cubby, I pretty much agree 100%. I really like how the Cyclone plays into this composition, especially if Fuego are engaging into you. It's very hard to get past that. Allows for that fantastic setup onto the Wombo combo. My question for Fuego is going to be, what angles are we going to see Mataz pull off for some of these ganks to try and get Fuego into it?
Honestly, that's a good question, because again, this Elastic Slingshot really cannot be canceled. It has to be Wukong ultimate to stop it. And if that doesn't connect, then if you're going in with that E, it's going to be really big for Zac. That's a lot of damage. It's the ability you max out first, so denying it's a big deal. But if it connects, that is one of the most unique, longest range, normal ability, engage skill shots we have in League of Legends. What makes Zac a fan favorite for everyone.
It's like you can't ward against it. You put traditional wards out, and Zac is just, he's ganking you from the respawn somehow, going cross, from continent to continent, basically North America to South America, and then back again to gank you. So Mataz does have, some creative say on how he's going to approach some of these ganks to try and get his players ahead. But if he can have pretty good situation here for Fuego to try and take us to a series. As we head on to the Rift for game number 2, Fierce Starforge versus Fuego.
I'm excited for this one. I will say that my one concern that I have about the Zac Desirux is this is another scaling pick for Fuego. We already have the Smolder and the Kaisa 2 picks that we've seen what they can do when they get to 2-3 items plus the 225 plus for these Smolder. But Zac also needs time, needs that level 9, and loves to have items. He scales very well throughout the game. I'm concerned it might be too much, because I'm looking at some of these early fights. I mean, if you connect with a Shockwave and a Super Mega Inferno Bomb over the top with Axu being a tank buster in some of these early skirmishes, I don't see a way that Fuego can fight anything early on. So onus for me really on Fierce Starforge to make sure that the first couple of grubs, the dragons are going their way. And what they failed to do yesterday with Ziggs is overload sides with their 6 grub advantage to knock down turrets quickly. That has to change. You are off to the races in this game if you are Fierce Starforge, because the late game for Fuego with the Kaisa Smolder Zac is terrifying.
Now, we talked a little bit about the interaction with Elastic Slingshot paired with the Cyclone. I shouldn't say paired, but countered with the Cyclone. It can also play a lot of danger to the way Virus wants to approach a lot of these fights. You know, Killer Instinct, you're expected to dive into the back line and start taking out picks like the Orianna, like the Ziggs. But Cyclone means that this Wukong's going to be all over the place. It creates a lot of zone control that Fear are going to have to utilize.
No, I think that's a great shout, and it's something that Virus will have to be careful of when it comes to diving in on the Kai'Sa. That said, Kai'Sa's still scaling thick and still think should be pretty okay here.
Yeah.
For Fear Starforge, because again, their early map with the Orianna, the Ziggs, it is quite big. Is good trade from Philip. He's gonna ding 3 first. He might be able to really push ADD. Oh, never mind. I've been wrong on my level dings twice. You know, it's a level ding against a Renekton, man. I don't know what I'm doing. You can just press Q and it's GG.
Philip's still being the aggressor in this lane. I mean, for ADD, he's going to get zoned away from this wave pretty brutally as well. We'll need some backup if he's going to have any of that pressure alleviated. Problem is, Mataz has already cleared that side of the map. He's going to be in the bot lane.
And this has been the big difference so far for Fear Starforge. Philip's performance today against ADD compared to him against T-Dun, night and day so far. It is only a couple minutes into game 2, but it was a tough day for Philip yesterday. And the fact that he's already forcing the TP out of Renekton in this matchup like this, his first base is going to be so much better. Yeah, it's going to be so much better than this Renekton. And he still has this wave nice and frozen. So with Xu on his side of the map, no chance of a dive coming out against this Jax. So should be A-okay. Meanwhile, Mataz got it out in the bot lane. Doesn't have a sweeper. So Pure Starforge is going to feel nice and safe down here.
And that's great news for Philip. He knows that the enemy jungler is nowhere near his location. And even in the mid lane, a Blaze Olive getting a lot of good trades against Zelt sends him to just over 100 HP where the wave is shoved in.
And a big deny pick from Zelt, too, by taking that Orianna. Orianna really big for Zelt in their Game 3 victory yesterday. Says comfort is control mages, and with some of the picks that we've seen so far, Deserux, I'm expecting to see Syndra later on in the series, quite frankly. It is a pick that's really snuck up in power on 14-18 with the changes made, the Storm Surge in particular.
Fear Starforge have forced 2 early backs out. Fortunately for Zelt, he was at least able to grab his tier on the recall. So a lot of early pressure really felt by Fear's lanes in the early starts of this game. Now ADD is trying to get the better of some of these trades going over towards the top side. He does have a little bit more sustain available to him in both being able to pop the Q as well as his little Kool-Aid pot right there. And Mataz will be clearing on that top side as well. That's one of the fun things about the Zac. Sometimes you can go for these riskier dives if you want to because you do have that blob passive.
I'm just still hung up on how you called that a Kool-Aid push. I've never heard that. You just get to go back to the fountain and get to hit up the fridge.
I forgot the name of it. That's what we went with, man. That's
refillable.
Mataz,
I mean, I like it. I like it.
Yeah, not gonna get any summoner spells out, which was a crucial objective for Mataz, but it does get a little pressure there.
Smolder has a bit of sustain advantage with what I assume is the fleet, and then also the D-Blades, so just taking some of the health away from the Orianna, just helping this lane. That said, Philip, we did see his first TP, has that phage completed, whereas it is only components for ADD. So, again, that early laning for Philip, the fact that he forced that TP out from ADD early ends up being pretty big for him, because Jax with an item advantage in this matchup could be a problem. There's a nice stutter step comes in from a Bo3s Olive to get out of the second gank from Mataz.
Incredible movement coming out of Blaze Olive. Reading a lot of these angles that Mataz is taking. Now it's Zelt hitting the level 6. That's all just for pushing the wave. Wants to get this hard shoved in for the next reset and back. Mataz does have an angle onto this dragon. Winsome's going to spot it out, though.
Yeah, and it's no contest because the Grubs are going over to the Wukong, which is big against her Renekton. Sometimes Renekton's enough to really just force a team off first Grubs, but with the lead from Philip, the scouting from the bot side, it is the first Grubs over to the team with Ziggs, the team that needs to speed this game up, which is a big win for Fear Starforge. Now, I just want to see if they can utilize the Ziggs well. Second Grubs, when you're playing with Ziggs, rotate Ziggs to those Grubs, play it as 5, and then overload the side lane after. I want to see Fear Starforge execute this correctly today. I really feel like Ziggs being 3 and 8 in this tournament is not indicative of the power of Ziggs on this patch. It is indicative of how our teams have not been good enough at playing Ziggs to find those early wins against picks like a Kai'Sa. Want to see if Fierce Starforge can change the beat of that today.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people who are analyzing the Worlds patch put Ziggs, as well as champions like Yone, really, really high up there.
Yeah.
So it would be nice to see some of that demolition start to come online for Fierce Starforge, because, you know, if you do have all those Void Grubs, set them up, that does mean you get the execution with the Satchel to take down these turrets a little bit faster. Now the knockup found by Bala might mean for a full-on fight as the Killer Instinct follows through, and Instinct might be killed in the process. Bala flashes forward, waiting for one more auto. XU is coming, but not fast enough. Bala gets first blood, but will get caught by the double Cyclone of XU. 1 for 1.
Good find from Viros as Instinct going to be delayed, slowed down a little bit, but XU there to answer. The ultimate nearly close enough to cancel the Grand Entrance, but you got to cancel the channel, the dash on the way there. Once you land at the spot, the Grand Entrance will go off with the Cyclone, and that's exactly what ended up happening for Bala to secure that kill against Instinct.
Unfortunately, it does end up being a 1 for 1. XU showing up at the back end of it. Get the kill back for Fuego, and where those kills went, I mean, one went to Bala, the other one went to XU. Gotta favor XU having that kill a bit more. Mataz wants to change things over on this top side, where ADD does have the health advantage. Now looking for that dive against Philip. Philip gonna put out the counter strike. Will be able to hop away with ease. No gank for Fuego.
Is forced off the wave, though, so that is nice for ADD, as Philip cannot sneak back up here. That said, with this timer being grabbed, it still should be an easy grubs in return, and actually, ADD was trying to play Philip to push him off the next wave coming in. XU is here. He does not have access to the Cyclone again quite yet, but we'll ensure that the Zac isn't a looming threat for Philip so he can pick up the next couple waves.
Still pretty good denial. You denied about like half of the melee creeps as well as a cannon creep, which definitely does hurt Philip with ADD, who was pushing him away from the experience of that wave. It'd be pretty nice for what was happening early on in the game. Now Philip is mad about that, though. He's pissed. He's going right after ADD for the solo bolo. ADD trying to put up some distance. We'll get some health back with the Q pop.
ADD has that TP. Philip does not. If Philip gets this wave in, it will be okay, but ADD should be able to freeze the next wave when he gets back, so he'll pull it, keep it in front of his turret. Philip will get starved out a little bit, but at least Philip gets a reset. Now, I want to see if the swap comes in. Look at Ziggs and Leona. They both just based. I want to send them to the grubs.
Here comes. You already see Winsome head in that direction. Doubling back his Instinct. Let's see. Yep. No, he's...
Oh, not good.
Set it bot lane.
Okay. He has a TP. I mean, that wave is kind of like pushed or frozen from ADD again. No one was there to break that. I really think that grubs, important to get Ziggs early grubs, and you can overload the side. That you have to play aggressive. You have to play up as Ziggs early on to really take advantage of the turret destruction of this champion. And there's no better way to do it than taking 6 grubs and farming plates before the 14-minute mark comes in. So I think it's really important that Fierce Starforge play to this. XU is basing, but he will be late to the grubs.
Yeah, Mataz already has a lead right there. He can go faster with Elastic Slingshot, just jumping through the entirety of his jungle. That being said, the setup is not really there for grubs just yet. The wave is pushed towards ADD. In the mid lane, ABO is getting the push over there. XU does have a little bit of time to try and get a setup for Fierce Starforge.
Instinct has that empowered TP to join too, so technically it is a 5v4 for Fierce Starforge if the Ziggs wants to join.
XU's eyeballing the matchup right now. Elastic Slingshot comes out. They're looking for ABO. ABO gets caught by the ultimate, popped into the air, and eradicated by Fuego. Caught with nothing to pay for. Fierce Starforge now looking for the counter engage. Out comes Mega Inferno Bomb alongside the Cyclone. Cyclone gets knocked up. Mataz looking to walk away. Gets knocked up once again. ADD jumps in. Pops the Q in the middle of 4. Gets so much damage, but he's just a lone croc as Mataz looks for another jump. Another pick found. XU too low to continue the fight as the blob passive now going to get burnt. Philip running low. So is Winsome. ADD sees an angle, tries to get the Q in. Now here comes the teleport.
ABO has flash.
ABO arriving once again. Counter-strike found, and Bala gets dropped. Instinct gets the kill as ABO returns to the fight, looking for the long chase onto the Croc, who runs through the river. ADD should be safe, but again, you were talking about that flash. Plays Olive, not going to burn it. All that being said, a lot of alone time for Vitas in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, this play could have been good for Fierce Starforge if a Blaze Olive flashed the Rakan engage. The fact he did not means that he was chain CC'd 100-0, could not move. He had flash available to get out of that play. I think if he flashes over the wall, Fierce Starforge wins out in this play. Instead, yes, the forever fight, it ends up kind of going in Fierce Starforge's favor, but the Kai'Sa, as you pointed out, so much free time in the bot lane for Viras on this massive scaling pick in the Kai'Sa. It slows down the game significantly for Fierce Starforge, so I think it's really important that ABO went down when he did, because again, if he flashes over that wall and is up to have a Shockwave combo with the Cyclone, this fight goes in Fierce Starforge's favor. Instead, you have Instinct actually TPing bot to prevent the push, and now, like, with the 6 grubs, we're in a case where we aren't overloading onto the Ziggs lane, because we had to use the TP defensively and not offensively to go to the lane where we can actually pressure the turret. So again, it's a 6 grub game where it's going to be minimal plates farm from Fierce Starforge, despite having the Ziggs, the pick where you have to overload a side and take plates for this to really be valuable. Again, we aren't using Ziggs to its max potential here in the early game for Fierce Starforge.
Yeah, you need any lead you can really get. I mean, Instinct, last time he did grab this Ziggs, he was able to win with it, but a lot of the same complaints did come up. It was a game that should have been a bit more smoother, especially in the early game because of that. And now it really does seem like a repeat of history so far. Fierce Starforge are going to have to find other ways to accelerate this game, or really try and buckle down on the Ziggs finally.
I mean, it's another game where Ziggs was picked, and there's only one plate that goes over to Fierce Starforge despite having 6 grubs. Like, that's just not how this champion is played across the world. You look at LPL, LCK, NA, LEC, all the teams that play Ziggs, it's if you get grubs, you go to a turret and you just take it. You get to 100-0 it with Ziggs because the shadow charge takes a 1.5. So again, when we're not taking advantage of that, not getting first brick, not getting the plates with it, it's a lot of the power of Ziggs that's now gone off the map, not available for the rest of the game.
No.
And now that TP bot, Ziggs has been left to his own devices. He's in trouble.
Ooh, Satchel just gets him out of the range of Mom. Wouldn't have been lethal, but now the pressure is applied onto Instinct. Forced to recall, does not have teleport, will have to walk back to lane, and this is looking pretty rough for the bot lane of the Reapers.
That said, Herald is secured. 6 grub Herald plus a Ziggs. That just equals a turret. With Herald being taken, though, Mataz might be willing to fish for this. Could not find a second object to attach the arm to slam those 2 characters together. Instead, able to sneak out, but it is a turret. The first brick going over to the non-Ziggs team, but to the Smolder team in Zelt.
That's got to be frustrating, Kobe.
It's going to be a double crash response.
Right
yeah.
All right, here comes XU in the bottom lane, only pushing away ADD. He is to get the crash, start getting the gold incoming. We'll crash into the tower and now continue pushing the wave forward. Here's Starforge, a lot of presence over onto this top side. Instead, go for the reset. Mataz looks for an angle and catches out Instinct in the air off the Satchel. Vitas will be the recipient of that kill. Here comes the Cyclone, able to pick up 1. ADD has fallen. Bala has to burn flash to bail out and now hop into the driver's seat. We're going to skedaddle on out of here. Here comes the Solar Flare, a Blaze Olive, Shockwave onto 2. Mataz can't get the auto, and here comes XU. ABO sweeps up Mataz. And we have ourselves quite a competitive match as Winsome barely misses the Zenith.
Yeah, I mean, I think the formation, again, for Fierce Starforge, they're leaving the Ziggs alone without Flash, but Instinct's in the middle of the wave. If the Ziggs is grouped with the Herald, I think it's a better push. And again, you can actually push for 2 turrets. That said, the TP in from Instinct to push for this is good. That's how we like to see the Ziggs being used. TP to the lane, you have pressure, take the turret down. Good recovery from Instinct and Fierce Starforge, but still, Jax is the pick that should be isolated in this formation, and then you are overloading with the Ziggs. The fact that it is kind of done vice versa, we overloaded to the Jax lane instead, as Ziggs without Flash was found. Whereas if Phillips in that scenario, the Jax is quite slippery to get a hold of if you are Zach plus Renekton. So I think the formation we're in now for Fierce Starforge is better. But a decent punish from Fuego in that last series to actually recognize that and find a positive play against Instinct.
Yeah, I look at the turrets taken so far, and some people might be like, hey, what do you mean, man? Zig's doing fine. He's got 2 turrets taken. Just imagine the plates that Instinct could have picked up if he was able to do this pre-14. That's the thing that really does hurt, but definitely finding some level of recovery and forcing down these objectives, especially these outer towers, going to be significant, as now Mataz looks to grab Winsome, able to do it right off the clone. A Blaze Olive stepping up, looking for the angle of the Shockwave. Winsome still alive thus far. Shockwave not burnt out just yet. They're just going to sacrifice Winsome. ABO just couldn't get the angle.
All right, Winsome going to the wayside. We do have a dragon spawning. It is Cloud Soul on the Rift. Fuego, they really committed to this top side play and are continuing to do so. Blaze Olive is no flash. Here comes Zach.
This is the punish that Fuego have done time and time again. They set up these traps onto a Blaze Olive, and they pick him out. That's the second death for him, and right now, Fuego have evened up the gold lead.
I just appreciate from Fuego that they know that their champions cannot fight this dragon. They took the first 2, which kind of delays any potential soul coming in for Fierce Starforge. So they commit to a play elsewhere, and the fact they commit to it and Fierce Starforge don't respect it means that they just give away more. And if you're playing this draft out as Fuego, and this is an even gold game, you're chilling. I mean, this is ideal, as we do have the TP answer coming in. But again, there's 5 here for Fuego, so now we're stuck.
Yeah, Winsome's by himself, still going to throw out the Solar Flare. Mega Inferno Bomb does a significant amount of damage, but Philip still by himself. Counter-Strike goes out, negates a lot of damage. XU wants in. He does have Flash available. There is no tower over on this top side if they do want to continue the chase, but can't find the ground.
Blaze Olive's going straight for the bot outer. I think that's the right call. Fierce Starforge, they push him out and delay some recalls. Could be kind of nice. As, yeah, XU's going to do just that. Well played. They're going to play this wave in. So, good recovery from Fierce Starforge. But, again, like, it shouldn't be in these positions. The fact that Fuego are forcing on the side of the map where they know Fierce Starforge aren't playing towards and are finding things. Like, having a Kai'Sa that's 2-0-1, we've seen how hard this pick can scale and how dominant Kai'Sa has been in this matchup. It's been a tournament-defining matchup, with the Ziggs being 3-8 and the Kai'Sa being 6-2, with the majority of those wins for Kai'Sa coming in this matchup in the bot lane. It's been very defining. Yeah. And like part of the reason why, again, just teams not using Ziggs and Grub Advantage well enough, and also just how crazy Kai'Sa is at 3+ items. When a game gets sloppy and you get some gold on Kai'Sa as the scaling comp, it's so much more advantageous for Fuego now as we play out the rest of this game. They are in good shape.
Yeah, I've seen multiple games where sometimes it's just the Void Seekers, those adding up in the late setups around neutral objectives that really just make it too hard to take on a 5v5. Fuego will have themselves some poke to try and make that a reality. But right now, it's Fuego who are able to start to nudge up in this gold lead.
Smolder check, first one we've had to 193, so Zelt's doing a decent job at staying on pace. I think the expectation for Smolder should be about 23 minutes. I'm not sure what the average is, but Zelt, the fact that he's yet to go down, will have that Mirror Mana as the tier is fully evolved when he does have the gold to buy it. Smolder set up for success. Third item Kai'Sa, you get the third evolve. We've seen how oppressive that pick can be. But just all the damage that you bring in team fights then can kind of match the Ziggs poke if you're landing some Ws. You play at a greater range, which is really big against Ziggs. I think that Fuego, just the way that they were able to find pockets of aggression in a game where they were, severely outfought early, just in terms of the champions that are on the Rift. Like, your potential to beat the comp of Fierce Starforge, it's later, it's not early. But the fact that Fuego was able to find pockets where they could just get a kill or two and go even early is huge for them, and I think we're really going to see it come to fruition as this game plays out.
Looking for an angle onto the Croc. There's a lot of members of Fuego coming over here, so they got to take him down quickly. Still going to use the teleports. Dual teleports being channeled out. ADD's still alive, though. Philip will finally bonk him down. Mom comes through. Philip jumps onto Baola. Now has to bail out, but the Let's Bounce able to hop onto him. Virus going into the backline. Gets caught out by the stun, able to use the cleanse, but Instinct still looking for the angle onto him. Can't throw out the bouncing bombs, so Virus goes up forward into the face of the monkey. Finds the double kill, and look at this man go! A triple kill for the marksman of Fuego!
And they're routing him off. They're stuck. Viras is still going to try and look. Mataz goes in again.
Mataz trying to catch ABO. It's an easy pick. Instinct has to burn his flash to create some distance for fall. For Fear Starforge, they cannot answer Vitas.
Keep your eyes on Virus. The angle that he takes is this was kind of a forever fight because the TPs, the beams just kind of slowly came in one by one. It's Fear Starforge committing to this play first. But the entrance from Mataz was great. Just keep your eyes on Virus, who's going to ult into the backline here. This was a crazy angle from Virus. Philip pops the counter-strike, so it takes a little bit longer for him to go down. The flash out to get away from Winsome, but this E was huge. You can see the Q animation from Winsome, that auto-attack, the stun to find Virus, but might have saved XU. Was about to go through, but Virus, with that evolved E, was able to go in Viz, breaks the vision, gets the kill onto Wukong before the stun comes in, and that's what allowed for Virus to clean up the rest of this fight. Really well played from the marksman for Fuego. And I think that is really the defining fight for the rest of this game. Fuego should be playing from ahead in this draft.
Fear Starforge getting caught out like that. It was a play they called as well. Philip and XU jumping onto ADD. They could not do the deed in time. Now Dragon's going to be available. Mata is happy to take any angle to hop right into this Dragon Pit with the elastic slingshot. ADD on one end, Baola on the other. Fuego looking for the pinch.
ADD might be stuck. He is flashless as Philip. Find a nice chunk with a Bo3s Bo5s.
Yeah, Dominus does go
He can
out.
chase. He's got red buff.
Continues with the chase. This should be an easy kill coming out. Counter-Strike finds the kill. But look at what's happening in the Dragon Pit right now as Zelt's able to find Instinct. Winsome by his lonesome. Will find Zenith Blade onto the back line. Winsome gets Venus. And like that, Fear Starforge are able to flip it back into their favor.
Great find from Winsome to take down Virus in the backline. Virus, he used that killer instinct a bit early. Winsome finds him with the Zenith Blade. XU to follow as well. Now this dragon should go down, but Mataz still has something to say about it. We have another long fight here.
Man.
Philip on the smolder.
Philip is here. Shockwave goes out. We'll just flash forward and take down that damn pesky baby dragon. Brings the pain onto Baola. You know this man, Big Philip. He's no pain, baby.
And I think the red buff for Fear Starforge being in their hands this fight was actually massive. It allowed for Philip to chase down ADD. Gave the team some bonus health in a very long fight and got Philip to chase down on the other side of the fight against the Smolder, as the red buff on this Jax really turned Philip into a monster for the fight. And what I thought would be the turning point, Fuego winning that fight in the bot lane, that's when they really take advantage of the comp of Fear Starforge. It's one misexecution, one good punish from Fear Starforge. Now, we're on the Baron, but Viras might have other ideas.
They got to be quick. They got to be very quick. ADD being right there in the pit, a Croc in that pit. He gets a lot of area of effect damage. There comes the Solar Flare. Fighting forward is Fear as they find two back-to-back kills, and they'll be wearing purple.
And when you're playing the Zigzor, you just got to play off your Rs, and that was a big one from Instinct to get 2 kills. As this play starts, Philip finds ADD in the side lane, and the double dash doesn't matter when you have a red buff on you. Philip gets the forever chase. That's it. Instinct was caught out by Mataz at the start of this fight. It's a good opener for Fuego, but Winsome, such a big play onto Viras, finds him with the Solar Flare, finds him with the Zenith Blade, and XU finds him with the Cyclone to make sure the Kaisa goes down. That was the big difference maker in this one, and Fuego, being Fuego, they're not going to drop this objective for free. They're going to continue to fight, which was an ill-advised call. Zelt trying to join his team ends up getting found by Philip, who again has that red buff. Good shockwave from ABO, and then Philip can just chase for days as he matches the flash, takes down the Smolder. Fierce Starforge take down the Dragon, take down the Baron, and man, the moment I thought Fuego was going to get control of this game, Fierce Starforge, I'd love to see the gold graph. They have a 4K gold lead now after being down 1K before those set of fights.
An incredible performance coming out from Philip. 6-1-3 right now. He's definitely been taking over this series and showing that he has the hands, man. Now, Fierce Starforge, a setup into the bottom lane. They're looking for the siege. They got the Baron buff to make this possible. They got a Ziggs to make it quick. An inner tower falling in the bottom lane as Fear begin to maneuver around, utilizing Philip to push in another wave mid.
So tough to jump onto these Ziggs plus the Orianna for Fuego. And ADD is down 3 levels in the front line. That doesn't help. That's the gold graph, by the way, we were talking about. I can see Fierce Starforge really taking a dive in their favor, I should say. As Philip
looking for the ultimate onto Philip. Philip's by himself. There's 4 members onto him. They even use the killer instinct. He's still alive, though. Sterak's going to be popped out. Here comes the pain, though, as Fierce Starforge arrived to the fight. And Philip, he's that man. He survives. No bread, no water, just meat.
And man, Philip, yesterday, he was the liability for Fierce Starforge. He did not have a good series. Hedon was the player of the series for Pain, based on how well he played, but also some of the advantages that he was able to get against Philip. Philip has flipped the script today. He has been fantastic in these first 2 games. On a Jax, a pick that I was calling a deny from ADD, Philip's been an absolute beast on this pick. First time he's played it in the tournament. Has really taken over this game.
Fierce Starforge set to find themselves at match point as they siege up in the top, siege up in the mid lane. Inhibitors falling in both, and all they have is one pesky little inhibitor tower in the bot lane that remains.
And I gotta say, I was so concerned later on in this game for Fierce Starforge having to play into the Kai'Sa, into the Smolder. We've seen what these picks can do as they get items and scale throughout the game. But I think having Jax with these mages, just the windows of Counter-Strike, where it's I can go in, buy space for my mages to throw out spells, or I can use it to get out and, you know, really be agile in terms of how you're able to play on the front line and then peeling with your team in the back line. I mean, Philip so far ahead, he's been mostly able to press forward, but I do think this pick makes some sense, especially the Counter-Strike against those 2 big AD threats. Just being able to slow down fights and get more rounds of spells off for these mages, I think it's been really big.
It's been huge, man. Big is an understatement from what we've been seeing, especially considering the conditions that we set up when we thought Fuego were the team that were going to take over this game number 2. Fierce Starforge are now setting up for the end. Instinct's able to flash out right out of the elastic slingshot. Baola wants to find Instinct, but Instinct has put enough distance, and he gets away from Vetus. Vetus, killer Instinct under the back line, finds himself in a one-on-one with Philip, and Philip brings the pain, he brings the hurt every day. Will body slam these suckers straight to the ground, goes on to ADD, and Fierce Starforge ready to take us to match point.
Virus goes in, and everyone from Fierce Starforge turns the focus onto the Kai'Sa. Gets taken down. The plates weren't found early for Fierce Starforge. It was an early game disadvantage for the Ziggs team, but they turned it around in the mid game with their team fighting and off the back of their top laner in Philip.
Incredible series thus far coming out from Philip, man. I mean, his game number 1 looked absolutely fantastic on the Cassante, but then bringing it back in this game number 2, especially on Jax, with the way the game was going, with the way it felt like things were flipping into Fuego's side, Philip still stands strong, and what was one of the last-ditch efforts out of Fuego, 4 men diving onto Philip, he still lives, and Fear take that team fight.
And that Jax scales hard, man. He got going, and he was the big difference maker. I mean, we saw every time that Viros went in. It was the first fight where Viros went sicko mode, you know, found that big triple. But after that, the focus from Fierce Starforge to take down that Kai'Sa that might have been entering the fights a little bit too early with some of those killer instincts really made sure that game went in their favor.
And now this puts Fear at a big advantage. They're at match point, which is already one advantage really given to you, but it means that if we do get into these later games, side selection is going to be into their favor, so they've earned themselves quite a lot with these 2-game wins.
Yeah, reverse sweeping is so difficult in the full Fearless format with how tricky drafts can be and how much it matters to choose your side when these picks get freed up with less bans, but Man, I just got to say, it feels like Philip has left Brazil, but Felipe has arrived today. It's been really good to see Philip. Again, he's had a really tough tournament, but man, Felipe has been in full effect as that Jax was a game changer. Again, picked on 3. They saw the Smolder, saw the Kaisa. Philip blinding his matchup. They take away one hard matchup in Poppy and then another one in Shen where ADD would just be able to kind of protect those carries. But man, again, Philip, he really cashed in. This was such a big game for him, going up against mostly auto attackers that Jax got ahead, ended up scaling, being so damn valuable, and was the big difference maker in this game.
Yeah. And I do want to give a shout out to some of the other members of Fear Starforge. I mean, XU definitely created a lot of space for his squad and had so much zone control. But one of the other ones that really stood out to me was Winsome, who, when we saw that pop off really found by Vitas, it was Winsome who scored that Zenith play to make sure that that wasn't going to be the continuation of the story, that Fear could take control.
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot of picks taken off the table now, too. As we go throughout the full Fearless, I still see the 3 jungle bans that Fuego is throwing out at Axu. And if they want to change up any of those bans, you're then opening up a very big pick for Axu moving forward. So I really favor where Fear Starforge is at, being up 2-0, so big in the full Fearless format.
Yeah, it's pretty significant for them considering how things have gone throughout this tournament so far. As we take another look at some of the plays that we've seen, I mean, the earlier attempts at this didn't work out, but this is where things started to completely change. I was mentioning it earlier, that play that Winsome made, that Zenith blade right here onto Vitas, helps save the game, and it allows Philip a position where he can just take over.
Yeah, that find from Winsome, too. Honorary shout out to him taking down that Kaisa early in the fight. As this one, I mean, again, Philip, the red buff was a big difference. A lot for Philip early on to chase down ADD and helps him make sure that he sticks to Zelt as the flash follows. Secures the kill onto the Smolder.
Good God, Philip. This is what I like to see. See our players growing, showing, getting better and better as the time really does go on. And it seemed like any attempt that Fear Starforge, Fear Starforge, Fuego were trying to make was just stopped right in its tracks. Fear Starforge are playing a lot of Fuego's game, fast and hard hitting, and not allowing Fuego time to breathe.
And this time, Viras again just took it a little bit too early in the fight. Bala did his best to peel for the Kaisa, but the Bash Bros of Philip and XU able to find the Kaisa on the back half. And yeah, I mean, this game, again, Jax was a real game changer. Like, looking back, it was a lack of magic damage a little bit. I think it's okay for Fuego, but just so much of their damage comes from auto-attacking, right? Zach's not going to do meaningful damage to Jax in that game of the magic damage variety. So when you are able to pop the Counter-Strike, just how big Philip got in the game and then how valuable Jax was in that draft. Saw him play very well to continuously push his advantages in just a monster game from Philip.
I think this is going to be another one where in the post-game breakdown, we see that little dip where Fuego were able to fight back. And yeah, there it is right there. A little pop of blue for Fuego for one of those fights that we had. But for the most part, this graph is overwhelmingly purple.
I mean, that big dive there. And Philip doing the most damage in the game to champions. That's pretty impressive from him. And sometimes top lane, you get a war, so you get to stack up those numbers. But Philip brought the war to the rest of the map and made sure that everyone felt the pain of that lamppost. Yeah.
I'm so shocked. 31.5k. Philip really did show
that's
up.
That's a lot of damage. That's a pretty big carry.
That's massive, man. I mean, a lot of the games we've been seeing out of Philip as of recently, when he's been put onto these roles where he needs to be a damage dealer and carry, he's starting to show up. I was very impressed by his Olaf game that we saw in the last series, and now pulling this off with Jax. I mean, it's a good take from Philip.
Yeah, and again, like Philip, he's got more picks left in the tank. Renekton, it felt like ADD more so a Jax player, Philip more so a Renekton player. Each of the champs kind of switched the roles, and Philip ended up taking down ADD in that matchup. He still has his trusty dusty Gragas to lean on. I expect to see a lot of tanks from these top laners moving forward, but this is the part of Fearless Draft. Like, games 1 and 2 are usually pretty normal, and then games 3 and onward can get a little bit funky. So I think it really is important to find any edge you can in this format and in the draft, and we'll see how deep some of these pools can go. And if they're forced to go deeper as Fuego, they need to win some games if they want to extend this series at this point, as it's been all Fear Starforge today.
I mean, Fear Starforge have given themselves so many advantage being at match point and having pretty much side select for the deeper games that we will have. But because this is game 3, this means that Fuego currently have side select, and they will be opting into the red side for this game number 3. So they're valuing the counter picks more than anything else, Kobe.
Interesting. That makes some sense, but we'll see how they use it, you know?
Yeah. And off of that note, I mean, we got to see it. So, hey, we're going to take a moment to throw over a break while we get ready for game number 3 of Fuego versus Fear Starforge. Welcome back, everyone, to America's Challengers. Match point now for Fear Starforge, as they've earned themselves 2-0. A lot of big ways to really take over this series now. It's really up to Fuego to start to find the comeback, start to find the answer, find something that can get them victory, and maybe repeat what we'd had in group stage, repeat what we had in the upper bracket. We're not seeing that Fuego from those matches.
Yeah, I think the answers from Fear Starforge for some of the elongated fights from Fuego have been quite good. I would love to see them deny a Viego draft in this next one, because when backs have been up against the wall for Mataz and this team, it really has been empowering him on the picks like the Jarvan that they dropped game 1, or the Viego where they've played in their last 2 best of series to great success that have been big for Mataz. So would love to see Fear Starforge learn a lesson from their last series against Fuego and deny that pick from Mataz, as he's earned that ban.
And keep in mind, there's going to be 20 bans now, aside from the draft bans themselves. So a lot of champions are going to be off the table. It's the last draft that we're going to have that is going to be normal. After this, if we do go to a game 4, there's only going to be 3 draft bans as well as the Fearless ban. So for Fear, this could mean, hey, we don't even have to really strategize past that. We could just take the 3-0 and call it a good day. For Fuego, it's going to be in the deep end, man. You're going to have to start to find some of these quirky picks, some of these, pocket picks that they're known for, these comfort picks that are going to get them the best performance they can on stage.
And that's a great point, Desterux, because Fear would love to call it a day after this game just to hide some strats, like from Pain Gaming, right? I mean, we're at this point where we're up 2-0, and maybe some bunny ears behind Philip there. I wonder if he'd like a pair of those. But Fear's up, and game 4, game 5, the more you get pushed in Fearless, the more that you got to show things. As we see Virus and Instinct maybe sharing some words, a couple laughs between these guys. But I haven't seen Fear show anything besides the Ivern. And I think the Ivern stylistically just really plays well against what Fuego can bring to the table. So, Fear Starforge, ultimately, if they can, they'd love to hide some picks, hide some strats. Like, yeah, Philip hasn't played Jax yet in this tournament, but we know we can play that pick. We haven't really learned anything about Fear Starforge besides the Ivern pick. And I'm sure Pain would love to see Fuego give them a little bit of a run for their money so they can learn more.
Looking at some of the junglers that we could see pop up, because for the most part, Fear have been on top of banning away some of these big engagers that Mataz is good at. You were alluding to it earlier. There are some carry champions that he's very proficient at. Viego has been the clutch one. That does get banned away. The regular season brand that he played in the LRN was something else that stands out.
That actually could be why they're swapping to, or they're on red side, right? So I'm really curious what Fuego does, because in the last draft, they banned out Brand, Vi, Sejuani, all targeted at XU. So on red side, I mean, a pick like Yone becomes really a high priority. We've seen that denied from Fear Starforge in these drafts. I wonder if they have to drop one of those picks to give XU one of his champs in order to ban the Yone. That's a real question as we dive into this one.
Yeah, and this would be the time for Fear Starforge, or even at game 4, to potentially maybe let through some of the champions. We've talked about it before.
That's true.
Especially in the NACL when we get to the best of 5. But if you let through some of the champions, especially when you have a 2-game lead, it does work towards your favor because you're removing them from future drafts.
That's very true. The only way that you can have a champ banned in game 5 is if it has been played in the series as a whole. So that's something where we'll see if, leading picks up like Vi, like Yone, to take some of those really OP variables out from game 5. Could be a decision that is made by either of our teams here too. But excited to dive into this draft. The draft does get very interesting when you get to the later stage of Fearless. And I will say that I think we've yet to see a game where the game has just kind of been truly just decided by drafts, which I feel like happens once in a best of 5 usually, especially if it goes the distance. Like, you just get one game where a draft's a little bit cooked for one team.
I am not a fan of that, man. I know Ashe still has some presence in the meta itself, but Instinct's Ashe has not been just ringing out, man. A lot of the Enchanted Crystal arrows, they've been going wide. Either that or hitting targets that they shouldn't be hitting that can just shake off that crowd control. It's not my favorite pick for Fear Starforge. Maybe Instinct can look for some redemption on it.
mean, I think it's just going to be an Ezreal grabbed here too by Fuego, as the Ezreal is actually 6-1 in this tournament so far, which is a pretty big deal. It has been one of the common answers into a pick like Ashe. Again, a lot of the common answers against Ashe are off the table, which is one of the reasons why I don't mind it. No Ziggs, no Varus, no Jhin. Those are the picks that are usually pretty good into Ashe. But, oh, the Seraphine would be some flair for Viros, and Fuego would really set up a Viego comp coming in, and it's really hard to deny Viego if you play it against Seraphine. Like, you are trying to get a reset against a team that's going to be fully empowered by these Seraphine double Ws, have to get through an encore, get through the roots that Seraphine brings. I expect this to be a Mataz Viego on 3, and I'm curious just how we play defense against that as Fierce Starforge. Is it's going to be a Karma picked up?
Okay, I think part of this is the reaction that you were just saying, the Viego comp.
Yeah.
We can get AoE shields as well to try and stop those resets from coming in. So it's kind of a dare right now. Hey, Fuego, are you going to go for Viego? We have our answer to it, as well as getting some of that strong engagement, taking away the Sejuani that Mataz likes to play. You can see some of the banter going across
these guys are
screen right
chirping
now.
for sure. Yeah, they got to be chirping across the stage, which I find kind of fun. And yeah, I like that call, Desrex. Sejuani Karma, 2 picks that really dissuade a potential Viego from coming through, and looks like Mataz gonna find himself on Vi duty instead.
All right, so first phase of the draft going to be done now. You do have a lot of crowd control and a lot of ability to try and scout out where Mataz is going to be. Hawkshot does afford you that. The pick potential of both the Sejuani and Ashe, already a good start for how you want to start to set up some of these fights for Fierce Starforge. What Fuego do have, every time I see a Vi, that's always, to me, it's just like, oh, it's some of the easiest ganks you can possibly get through. You just have to target them in the right spot.
Oh, and Amumu, man. Maybe targeting a potential Amumu support. I will say, I feel like Balda, Amumu support's kind of a bait pick. It's been my pet peeve, honestly, throughout this tournament. The fact that some teams have been playing it and hasn't seen a lot of success, but gonna deny it, as it is one pick that can break the Ashe Karma level 1. And then looks like the Olaf taken away. Olaf has a lot of value, like, against Seraphine. It's one way to get through the Encore, and if you get on Seraphine, you can melt that champion. So take away from Philip in the top side.
You know, I kind of wonder if there's any opportunity to go for a Garen angle. We've seen Zamudo do it in the past into Seraphine specifically. Just run out the Seraphine and silence her at the start of the fight. And that makes it so hard for you to actually get a Seraphine comp going. I don't know. Has Philip played too much of the Garen? I know he hasn't played it so far in America's Challengers.
Oh my.
Looking at his 24 record, I don't see it on there as well.
If this is the Senna Seraphine, oh, it is. Okay. Well, Senna has seen some nerfs since she first kind of got this rework to be more of the Echoes in the Moonstone Enchantress, but this lane is one that has always been played as Seraphine gets the farm and you just get the double sustain. Will be tough for Ashe Karma to break, and Ashe gets double outranged and out-interacted by a lot in this draft. Kind of puts the onus on Fear to do things early. I would love a Camille pick here. A couple of the bad matchups in both Jax and Renekton are gone for Camille, so I think Camille's very playable, and it is a way to get on the Seraphine and Senna that will be playing at such ranges in the backline.
And this was something Philip played the first time they met in the bracket itself. It was game number 3 that Philip was able to pull it out, and looked pretty phenomenal on it. So let's see what that final pick is going to be to round this out.
I think again, Aurelion Sol, you just hold everyone like at bay, at line, it's fine. And then Seraphine Senna doesn't really matter all too much, but the Aurora will make for a blistering fast early game, potentially for Fierce Starforge, as this pick, it's seen some nerfs, and a lot of people don't think it's as playable as the alt range was taken down a peg or two, but your push in the laning phase is still substantial, as it will be a Gwen for ADD in the top side. Okay.
That's pretty wild. It's kind of like having 2 ultimatums as well. You get the Between Worlds as well, the ultimatum proper. Yeah. So a lot of ways to influence the map and pretty much take it into your favor. But what about this matchup that we're going to have in the top side? It does feel like a sort of gauntlet thrown down between Philip and ADD.
I actually kind of like it for Camille. I know that tactically Gwen can win it, but Camille, you always have the potential to make plays on the Gwen and on the map. you just kind of lose shove. You have to really be strategic about when you use your magic damage shield to try and use that to tank a Gwen Q, and then Gwen needs to kind of play around with that to play around the shields of Camille. I think that the Fierce Starforge comp early on, they're going to have more playmaking, and they're going to have to get ahead. If the Senna Seraphine core is allowed to get into the mid to late game and, you know, group up, that's where Fierce Starforge is going to have some issues. So important, I think, that Philip actually is able to get ahead again so he can stretch the map with the Camille.
Just call it Sarah Seraphine. Did I hear that?
Sure, we'll go with that. I mean, I don't know, but I'm kind of running with it. Man. I mean, we all know I can't actually speak Destructs. That's the hidden secret of the NACL broadcast. Cubby can't talk.
I can't half the time, man. It slips up every now and then. But yeah, we are now ready for what is going to be a match point for Fear Starforge. It really is heavily onto Fuego to try and take this game right here and right now. And a lot of that is going to come through slowing down the early game of Fear Starforge and not allowing them to take those advantages that can snowball this game to a quick end, especially with stuff as volatile as the Camille, which can control your side lane, especially with this pick that Fear Starforge have, Sejuani and Ashe. There's a lot that Fuego needs to get through if they want to find a comeback.
Well, we'll see if the comeback can start here for Fuego, as we are diving onto the Rift for our Game 3, Destructs. One where Fuego backs up against the wall. And we've seen them put up nothing but a fight in this tournament and on the Rift pretty much every game, as they love the ball. And at the moment, looks like they're going to be 5-manning topside, see if they get anyone to check. And oh boy, please throw something into this brush or else it's bad.
Oh, a bad angle. The worst you could possibly take. The trap is set, and it's only getting worse as the Flames of Fuego get 2 back-to-back kills before the first minute of the game.
Well, I gotta say, that's not a good start when you're going up against a Senna Seraphine. Yeah, crowd is loving it. As Fuego, some signs of life here. Potential check for a lane swap, maybe, was coming in there from Fear Starforge, but no skill shots thrown into that brush, and guess what? They find the hungry pack of Fuego that will start off this game with 2 kills and onto some nice targets. The Gwen starting off with an Amptone and lane can actually really warp this matchup in the top lane.
And if a Camille gets put behind, it can be pretty damning. Looking at the bottom lane, there's 2 assists picked up. Vitas and Baula were both able to get one. That's the same lane that definitely suffered as both Instinct and Winsome went down. Now trying to zone them out as they walk up towards the wave. So they're not going to be at the worst deficit so ever. As we look at where the junglers are starting, it's going to be a red buff start from Mataz. Same thing for XU off the sides of the map.
Mirrored starts here for our junglers, as XU will look to potentially impact that top lane. ADD is flashless, did opt for the Ignite in his setup. Meanwhile, Zelt able to ding level 2 off the first wave because he got bonus experience by participating in those kills. So uses that to really push this Aurora off the wave. That is big. Again, Aurora can be a lane bully early on in these games. Does have a lot of access to wave clear. And the combo from Aurora with these Qs is so much damage early on if you are able to connect on the opponent. But Zelt getting the push, getting the pressure with that small advantage he got early on is quite nice.
So, Cubby, you were saying you wanted to see Fear play this fast. Falling behind this early, what do you think that really does
XU's
mean?
got it.
As XU just might answer that for me right now. Here comes Philip. Hookshot lands on the ADD.
I mean, ADD's
going to go for the chase. I mean, he doesn't have flash. It's the teleport ignite. One more autos going through. Finds the permafrost stun, and Philip will get a kill on ADD.
ADD does have TP, so we'll be able to get back, but that's a free first blood over to Philip. Well done by XU to skip over those camps and take the freebie that was on the map.
Now, the first kill that Fear Starforge were able to get. You can't forget those first 2 kills that came out earlier from Fuego on the invade. I know, it happened before we got to the first minute, man.
I was showing my NACL bias and my aversion to the level 1 that, you know, Fear Starforge had. As yeah, they fell victim to, as our producer properly said, the Powerpuff Girls on the top side, or the girl power comp, which Fuego is rocking in this game.
Both sides are.
Yeah. Oh, wow. All right. Let's go.
For another one. Yeah, we're not done. Hey, you got no flash. I'm just going to keep showing up over here. And like that, Burnfrost going to pop out. You are stunned. You are locked down. Big Felipe be the recipient of the assist. It's XU who gets the kill.
Oh, man. I mean, this is really Felipe saying, like, hey, you know what you did to Philip in those previous games that we went up against each other? Well, I learned from that, evolved into Felipe. Now I'm bringing the jungler in the help to the top side. Is A to D taken down yet again? That's no TP. And again, as you highlighted properly, Desirux, both these top lanes, very reliant on damage, especially the Gwen. If Gwen's set behind, I mean, she's only good for damage in this draft and in this game. It is Gwen. So the fact that Camille has this sort of lead has starved out Gwen a little bit. We'll see what Philip can do, as Philip has been integral in getting Fierce Starforge this 2-0 lead. He's been the player of the series so far.
A little choked up in the bottom lane as Mataz was looking for an angle, but the hawk shot does reveal where he is. Would have been a hard dive to do in the first place. I mean, you still have that shielding of the Karma. A lot of slows from the Ashe. Wave crashing into the tower. Instinct going to be farming it up. Big story is Philip, with this lead over here, ADD is able to at least freeze out the wave towards his tower.
Still, Philip can push. That said, ADD trying to bait, as he does have Mataz behind him, but Philip being smart, playing out a timer where he knows if Vi did go top spot, as the Vi did. Vi is on the top side right now with those camps respawning. That said, Philip might fall victim to it here.
Here it comes. Flash with the Vault Breaker. Knocks Philip's jaw loose. A kill return for Fuego's top side.
You know, it was good for a moment. I was like, maybe Philip recognized this timer and sees it coming. He ended up overextending a little bit in there. So, Vi gets in there. A nice combo from Mataz. And we will see what happens on this deploy. Fierce Starforge, whole team pretty much in base, as they will keep the lane standard, but that top lane, that's going to hurt ADD. He kept that wave in front of his turret, then took the base, so he's going to get back and get a big boost of gold and, importantly, experience. To really even up that experience difference between him and Philip. Should be very, very good for ADD in the top side.
I'm going to be watching where XU goes. He's getting closer and closer to that level 6,
top.
where you're going to see that gank ability start to come up. But no, he's going to go into the mid lane right now, where Blaze Olive tries to land a skill shot, won't be able to get it onto him. Void Grubs are up, and the wave is still pushed in the name of Philip.
I will say one difference about this game, with the Senna being in the hands of Balda. Balda has gotten so much attention, credit from teams in this tournament for just being at the right place in the right time, and oftentimes catching opponents off guard. Not something that you can really do on Senna, right? You are that artillery healer in the backline, trying to get those Qs through your team, being very supportive. As Bala, I mean, funnily enough, actually looking to take an angle here. Might throw a W over the wall as the Blaze Olive goes in.
Blaze Olive going to set them between worlds, and now going forward, looking for the fight. Mataz is starting to run low. XU's trying to rock forward, but Melt has an angle to go into Reset City with these rocket jumps. Finds Winsome, finds a Blaze Olive, finds Philip, and it's a double kill for Zelt.
Snip, snip from ADD. He's keeping their life strings alive by cutting down Fierce Starforge. Meanwhile, the dive might come in on the Axio, a hero arrow to try to help.
Nope. Lands on to nothing. 3-man dive going to work out for Fuego as they take a dominant lead in the early game.
ADD was massive in that fight and is now going to be massive in this game. The early kill going to him. It was 2 ganks from Axio to try and set him behind, as he does make it back to base. But that team fight, ADD got so much off that, and this Gwen is going to be huge this game.
Yeah, same thing with Zelt, who was just jumping into the face of Fierce Starforge with these rocket jumps. 4-0-2 on this Tristana this early. This could be damnation for the Reapers in Game 3.
What has been a pretty one-sided series so far. It looks like it's broken out in a one-sided game. Guys, keep your eyes on ADD in this one, as the Hollowed Mist gets him out of that Hextech ultimatum, and then everyone lines up to get cut down by ADD. Beautiful fight from him. Really set up well for Zelt. We return to live. Winsome goes pop.
This is feeling over already. What in the world? It's just pick after pick after pick coming out from Fuego. Now the Dragon has been started up by XU. Blaze Olive is able to slide on out and help out the situation over here. So something going back into the pockets of Fierce Starforge. At least they do have this neutral control.
And looks like the Fuego fans in the São Paulo arena, they've come to life out there.
Yeah.
Here's some chants, and I mean, rightfully so. This game is all Fuego, and oh my. Look at the advantage that Zelt has. I know I was highlighting ADD. He really made that fight happen, but Zelt was the big benefactor of it. And this Tristana, it's a 30% win rate in this tournament in 10 games, but I think Zelt's going to be able to add one more win to that side of the column with the lead that he has in this one. Looks like it's going to be a Kraken first for Zelt, which I will say I am a fan of. And we'll see where he goes from there.
Here, Starforge, they needed the early plays to go into their favor. And what they were able to find top lane was pretty nice. Fuego found, this is better. As they get themselves a 3K gold lead, XU still trying to put eyes over onto this top side. You do have the potential to play from the side lanes if you do want to find a comeback angle, so I think that's part of why XU keeps hovering towards Philip.
And this Gwen only gets worse. You kind of have to attack the Gwen now. Philip on this Camille, like the angles where you really win is around, you know, when you get Sheen, when you get Triforce, you can try and push pressure the Gwen with help. That said, ADD is the one that has the help. Philip has pulled this wave, has frozen it, does have an XP advantage, but 4 members of Fuego, with at least Viras spotted in the top side, as well as the Senna, to help ADD at least break this freeze, but Philip has been able to hold it, and again, it's a little bit of an XP advantage, so well played from Philip. I know it's still a really tough spot for him to be in, but see if he can survive this.
Tough game for Fear thus far. XU walking up, but so is the rest of Fuego. XU looking to get the stun forward, and now they're looking for the fight. Winsome steps up. Mataz getting stunned. Here comes Philip. Ultimatum onto Mataz will take him down. Now Bala caught between worlds. The hook shot will stun him up and drop him down into the grave. Fear Starforge punch back.
Good overload from Fear Starforge. They do get some important kills, but no objective to be taken on the top side, and it is the turret being melted by Zelt in the bot side. We'll try and even things out for Fuego. Is Tristana going to stack up even more gold?
We saw how big that gold lead was the last time we were able to see the individual gold players. It's 2K just between Ablaze Olive and Zelt alone. And this will be the first brick if Zelt's able to finish it off, but the minion wave getting cut just shy.
Won't be enough for Zelt to take down, but still 4 plates going over to Tristana. I wonder how many of those were solo. We'll see with the plate graphic they fly later, but this Tristana, you got to believe Kraken Slayer is available in the base, and this Tristana is going to be a horror this game. 4 Fear Starforges, yeah. Kraken Slayer and Change, even the Cloak of Agility coming in too.
And this is just 11 minutes and 30 seconds, W. That's very accelerated, Tristana, to say the least.
Oh!
And we're going to see that Tristana's damage put to work. Cease and desist lands onto a Blaze Olive, and a couple of shots dominating is Zelt.
Yeah, Mataz finding a Blaze Olive right as he came out of that stealth mode from Aurora. Should be able to secure the second Grubs in favor of Fuego 2. Bala here to farm some extra souls as Grubs. Really nice for Senna to stack up some bonuses. Not quite as important now with the Senna changes, but still really nice to have that bonus range as Bala help Montas secure this. And Fuego continue to look really good in this game 3.
Zelt is cashing in on plates left, right, and center. Look at the gold lead on the individual charts. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow, what's that really going to do? It's almost 3K between ABO and Zelt. I mean, so many of these plates have gone over solo to Zelt. He already got the plates down in the bottom lane. The turret did eventually fall. He's picking up some plates in the mid. He's picking up some plates in the top. This is such a gold lead for Zelt.
And Tristana's a champ where when she gets ahead, she's so oppressive just because of how safe she is. The rocket jump, the buster shot, the range scaling you get when you are ahead on this champ, it is really tough for teams to deal with. Here, Starforge are going to be forced to go in and try to attack Zelt, but it's going to be an onslaught they have to get through between the Gwen and the Seraphine Senna supporting in the backline. Again, a really tough setup for Fear Starforge.
Fear Starforge looking to set up the bait over on the top side. XU just waiting in that lane brush. Finally takes his recall instead because ADD is not going to fall for it. That being said, taking stock of everything, we still got another 40 seconds before plates fall. So many were acquired by Zelt earlier. Currently about 4K lead in favor of Fuego. Taking over a lot of this game thus far. Coming from that man right there, 3K in his lane alone, Zelt.
Is he going for PD next? Is that it? I'm kind of curious to see what that item is. Oh, wait, no, it's going to be Quick Blades. I'm silly. It's Tristana. What am I thinking about? More abilities for the Trist, and More objectives being taken. Axiu does have vision over this. See if he wants to get feisty.
Might give his life for it. There's a lot of lockdown. Try and use onto him, but nope. It's just going to be given over to Fuego.
It would have been a dash in, flash out scenario if Axiu did choose to go in, so not the choice he wants to make. As we get the damage on the plates, 916 plate gold going directly into the pockets of Tristana. As Zelt trying to be the, I mean, I think he's Oprah on the Rift right now, man. He's pretty wealthy. He's got the money bags.
Why was Oprah the go-to right there?
I don't know. She was originally like the richest woman, you know? It's all ladies on the Rift this time around. I think that's Taylor Swift now, but we might have to go with J-Lo, you know? Either way.
Okay.
Zelt's,
you know what? I
the
follow
pop
you
star.
on this one.
Zelt's the pop star.
Right now, Fuego are looking to pop Philip. As Mataz goes for an angle behind the tower, doesn't really have it, realizes that the rest of Fear Starforge are there. Fear Starforge might look for a fight. Philip takes way too much damage at the start of this. Still underneath the tower, though. Damage gets returned onto Fuego. And take a little off the top. It's ADD. Tower critically low as Fuego continues putting pressure.
Actually, gonna tickle the Rift Herald. I don't think he's gonna be able to start this one up. Might just be trying to pull it to delay it from Fuego, as they do clean up that top turret. And ABO is gonna get jumped on. It's a flash.
Yeah, Between Worlds going to be used, and that's one of the nice uses of it. You can use the opposite edge to teleport
Zelt's in
to
trouble.
safety. And now Zelt's in a bad situation. That is a meaty shutdown, but Winsome got the kill credit. Oh, that is bad for Fear right now. Philip looking to turn things around as he goes after Vitas. Vitas looking for the escape. Ultimatum was available, but Philip did not want to risk it on the dive. Now ADD has cut off Instinct from finding his way out of this, and Instinct dead to rights falls to ADD. One more snip. It's another kill. The killing spree.
Yeah, the shutdown going to Winsome, not exactly ideal. I will say getting in an Echoes is actually not like terrible. Like making sure you complete that support item, but later on in the game, you'd much rather have that extra gold on the damage dealers to stay caught up to this Tristana. Zelt's setting the pace, and Zelt, he might have went down, but he TPs right back to the scene of the crime, takes down Aurora, and now has his eyes on Axiu.
Hey, let's repeat the play again. I swear it's going to work out this time.
Yeah.
And boy, does it for Fuego. Zelt trying to hunt down Axiu, won't get the kill. Winsome turns it around and gets another kill. But Taz falls. Fuego over ambitious on that dive. Now Philip hook shots away from the grasp of ADD.
Axiu is still doing his damnedest to keep his team in the game, but with where these damage dealers are at, you can see how and why it's so difficult for Fear Starforge to be competitive in this one. As Fuego have really, I mean, that level 1 was so good for them, but then the way they played it out too, I think this has been ADD's best game. We've talked about how each of our top laners have experienced some ups and downs throughout this tournament. ADD definitely catching himself an up game with the start he had, and then how he was able to turn it around in that first grub fight was really big for Fuego. As, again, really poised to take this game. They scale so hard, it's going to be really difficult for Fear Starforge to have any chance to break this core.
Now finally, we've been kind of dancing around this Rift Herald for quite some time, but Fuego will be able to net it over for themselves. Now looking at where they really have to throw it, I mean, they've already taken down all the outer turrets, so this Rift Herald is going to be going for an inner.
See if Fuego can set up an opportunity for themselves. As at the moment, no one in the bot lane. ADD does not have TP, so trying not to get caught and also not to show on too many waves where his team could be attacked. ADD always wanted to drop waves for himself for the squad. I've seen that a lot the first couple games, but this time around, a little bit better now that he's got the lead. A little bit more affordable for him to make sure that he's protecting the rest of his squad. As again, if Fuego play this game out standard from here, they should pretty easily win. Really favor their comp as this game goes on. It's going to be so difficult for Ashe to step up in auto. Aurora going to get brutally outranged as well by what Fuego has. And the Son of Seraphine, just the artillery heals behind everyone in this front line. It's going to be so difficult for Fear Starforge to deal with in a deficit like this.
Dragon spawns within 25 seconds. And this map is going to be infernal, by the way, so ramping up that damage. Always going to be a stat that people like. Here's Starforge, setting up mostly on this top side of the map. You know, potentially overload onto this side. There's a tower over there. Zelt is responding. Mataz will be in the area. As well as a few other members. It's only ADD who's sent over to the bottom lane side lane.
Dragon's yet to be started by Fuego. But they have all the waves for it if they want, as ADD gets this one all the way in. XU not quick enough to look, so we'll just be a Bo3s Olive playing cleanup. But it was the Senna and the Seraphine on the top side, so not really sure. I think if I'm Fuego, I kind of want to take this dragon when it spawns. I mean, Infernal Dragon, quite good for this team, as everyone can do a little bit of damage. Even the support Senna, if you are able to stack up those souls, you can still do a decent amount of damage with this champion. That does need to auto-attack to get those Qs back up. You see the counterplay from Fierce Starforge. Yeah, they don't want to fight this dragon, so they're going to try and overload top, but Zelt's a little bit wiser to it. That's Rux, so well played by Fuego, showing some signs of restraint when appropriate here, actually.
Yeah, Zelt just waits underneath his tower, realizes there's a lot of pressure there because no one's contesting what's going on over by Dragon. So heads up right there. Baron does spawn. We get the cool spawn right there on the map. Cubby's favorite hands, of course. Scrying with the plant as Winsome goes forward. Now Vision Control is going to be set up around this Baron. Especially with how far ahead Zelt is. He does do a lot of damage to Baron in a short amount of time.
Oh, yeah. He's going for the big DPS Triss build, as it's the Kraken into a pen item to come. Likely Grievous Wounds, as that is the item of choice now after some of the changes. Kind of push Mass Whisper out. Or no, sorry, Lord Dominic's regards. My age was showing there for a second. That's Rex.
Don't worry, mine shows all the time. Through my head.
Yeah, ADD's showing a little bit too. It throws out a fun R that misses on ABO. It's all right. It's all good. He's got pressure now, and we'll see when Fuego wants to start this Baron. This will be a very healthy Baron, and a pretty quick Baron for them if they so choose to do it.
Rift Herald summoned over onto this top side. They got Baula with Mataz and Zelt. Objective here is to defend Zelt, who flashes black in the blink of an eye. Now the focus onto Mataz. No one gonna fall over on the side of Fierce Starforge until Philip gets pounced on by Zelt. Now the tower goes down. XU looking to retreat. Gonna be a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Fuego once again as they take the tower on top of it.
Yeah, and the second kill comes from the bot lane as ADD, without the ultimate, still was able to solo out a Bo3s Olive. As if that didn't spell the doom of this game enough here for Fierce Starforge. Fuego dominating from minute 1 in this third game.
They needed to find an angle back into it, and boy, have they. ADD takes the tower. Instinct and XU going to try and fight this one out together, and Chakra comes out as well as the Permafrost to find the stun. Still snipping away ADD in the 2v1. Doesn't seem like he has that many worries because he's a big fed boy, and Instinct has to burn the flash just to get away. But finally, with some space provided, it's not enough though. ADD steps up and he will take the head of Instinct.
Snip, snip, ADD finds another, as every single slice that comes in from ADD helps keep his team alive in this best of 5. Fuego's at least getting one in this one. As I mean, again, Fierce Starforge, they needed this game to go well from minute 1, and that 5-man top play, you walk in, you lose 2, you get the carries in Zelt and ADD this far ahead. Once they bounce back on that Grubs play, I think there was really no hope for Fierce Starforge in this game. And for all the praise that we've been giving Felipe, it's good to see ADD show up and have his own standout performance in a series where he has struggled. It's been a very good game for ADD on this Gwen.
It's been a battle of the top laner redemption arcs, man. Both of these top laners are looking to step up for their squad, and boy, ADD has in this game number 3 when it matters the most, when elimination is on the line. That being said, Fierce Starforge send ABO over towards this top side. A little bit of alleviation with this objective bounty turret gonna go down, but look at the gold in the middle. 4.5k in the favor of Zelt. It really didn't change much.
Yeah, and LDR completed for this Tristana, so that's going to be hitting hard. Desperation time.
Some kind of ADD. Teleport's going to come out. BlazeOlive looking to get away, but ADD is too damn strong. He will cleave a BlazeOlive. Turn his attention towards Philip as he goes golden and snips right on back. But Phillips feels the momentum. Too bad it's not in your house. It's not in your favor. Guess what isn't in your house? It's Fuego burning it down.
Yeah, ADD making Felipe look like Philip this game. As this Gwen, nothing is stopping ADD and nothing is stopping Fuego. This game 3 looking to come to an early demise in favor of Fuego, who again set this map on fire for minute 1.
Nexus Tower number 1 goes down. Philip has to back out as ADD chases him to the respawn. Still, one Nexus Tower remains. Minions haven't pushed towards it quite yet, and there it is! The pick onto Instinct. It's Zelt who will receive the kill. You're down a marksman. ABO's trying to run away, but cease and desist under arrest. That's illegal, and the rest of the Reapers sent to jail. Game number 3 belongs to Fuego.
Man, this Gwen got so big this game. It's crazy to think that we were talking about Tristana with a 5k gold lead, but that's ADD doing that on the Rift to keep his team's hopes alive.
You know, Cubby, there ain't no fiesta like a Fuego fiesta, man. They bring some of the wildest strategies, some of the wildest fights, and in this time, it was straight from the get-go. They're able to find a pick onto both Winsome and Instinct during the invade, and it pays huge throughout the game.
And I will say, one of the reasons that Senna fell off outside of the changes, that a lot of people started answering Senna with Seraphine, and also taking Shield Break. And like those two things, like part of the reason why Senna and was answered by Seraphine is just to, somewhat match the power that Senna brings in terms of the heals and shields, but also to split up that combo. Because if you get that combo, it is so tough to break once they get a lead. I know that they weren't the ones who got the early lead, but when the rest of the map gets it, it's almost better for the set of Seraphine, who are just going to be supportive pieces in the first place. So, again, a huge level 1 from Fuego. Set them up for success, and they cashed it all in.
Yeah, and I'm just so shocked at how much gold Zelt was able to get through the entirety of that. I mean, he really did take over. You saw how much he got in plates themselves. Just shy of 1k. That is insane for the early game on a Tristana. And
the guy was eating really good, man. He ran off that bill at that place. He was eating real good wherever he was at.
I think the highest number I saw was like 5k difference in the mid lane specifically between a BlazeOlive and Zelt. Phenomenal performance from Zelt.
900 in plates too. That's rather nice for a Tristana to have. But I mean, again, I will say if you're a Fierce Starforge, that game's so one-sided, you can kind of write it off. It was a poor level 1. They were fishing to see if maybe there was a lane swap. Maybe they could find pressure. Good prep and good call from Fuego to 5-stack in that brush. Fierce Starforge gave them a Christmas wrap gift, and no, it was not a Maokai sapling. It was 2 kills. So that ended up being pretty good for Fuego in the top side. And again, minute 1, I mean, they set the map on fire, and they were not turning back from there.
Yeah. And even with all that attention on Zelt, I do want to throw the spotlight back over to ADD, because he was the catalyst for Zelt to really start the rise. I think back over towards that team fight where you were seeing ADD just clip away at a lot of the members of Fear who were kind of grouped together, and it was Zelt who was able to clean up that fight.
Yeah, it was. Just to go back through the pick ban. That really is a Seraphine here. Just for everyone at home. Again, none of these champs can be played in the next game.
Yeah.
And curious to see what happens, especially with the support pool. Still have a couple big picks up. Alistar's yet to be played in this series.
What I've been looking for,
Yeah, that's a big one. And then also we see the Amumu and Blitzcrank bans. Really expect to see those champions make it out onto the Rift. And I gotta say, looking back, the early Karma pick to set up something like a Senna Seraphine, I think is what really ended up hurting Fierce Starforge in that game. It made sense for preventing the Viego pick, which we were talking a lot about in draft from Mataz, and a pick that is still yet to be played in the series and could easily see the Rift with less bans in the next game. But I think the shift to go for something like a Senna Seraphine into the Ashe Karma, I mean, you outrange, you out-sustain later on. It really warped this game outside of just the level 1 for Fuego, where I did like their draft a lot.
Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Instinct being on the Ashe, still being able to pick this means that it's going to be off the table, and Fuego won't be able to take it, which I still think is going to be well respected against this squad right here. And it's really going to matter onto the next coming games. I mean, this is where we were kind of calling the Fear comfort zone. They're used to taking these best-of-5 Fearlesses. But before we get onto that, let's take another look. This was the play I was talking about earlier, Cubby, where ADD gets that AoE damage in.
Yeah, Zelt got all the gold, but it was ADD who made this play happen for Zelt, as he absolutely shredded this fight on the Gwen, who was, of course, accelerated early from that level 1. And I mean, from here on out, it was tough for Fear Starforge. This was the one positive play they had, which was an ECA from downtown onto the Vi. Ended up finding a kill, but even this fight was turned by Fuego, right? They still got the kill on the Trist and the turret. Just really shows how far behind Fear Starforge were this early in this game. And that and the length of the highlight package, there really wasn't much, many highlights for Fear Starforge. It was just all Fuego running away with this one.
Yeah, Fuego really took control and did not let go of the necks of the Reapers throughout this game. It was a very stylish performance, This is what we expect from Fuego. They are very potent when it comes to setting up some of these quirky plays and taking these 5v5 team fights. As we're going to pull up the post-game breakdown to just get one last glimpse of how this game has gone through, because, I mean, for the most part, again, Zelt, ADD were highlights. We want to see those damage charts, and of course, that gold lead, it just slid ever so much into the favor of Fuego.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who did more damage. It's got to be ADD, right? Yep, okay. That's a lot of Gwen damage coming out. Out-damaged the entire top side, pretty much. Let's see. You can combine Camille and Aurora, and Gwen still did more damage. That's pretty good.
You can combine Ashe, Sejuani, and Camille, and you got more damage on the top side.
Yeah, well, that's, we said Gwen's only good for damage, and when you start doing damage and get more, it ends up being pretty good. As Gwen, that pick for ADD was a big one. Not one that I was expecting to see from ADD's pool, but good to see him carry on the carry pick. And we'll see if that continues, as, again, Philip has been the point that a lot of our teams have targeted Fear Starforge, and they've tried to kill him a lot inside, set him behind. This time around, the carry v carry matchup, despite the help from XU, it was able to be turned around by ADD after that Grub fight. And I'm interested to see if ADD continues to try and play carries into Philip. It's not something that I know ADD for in his time as a player, but it is a strategy that we've seen be good going up against Fear Starforge in this tournament, targeting Philip.
I'm curious as to how some of the early game plays are going to go, especially going forward here, because in that game, it was one where we wanted to see early action coming out from Fear, and I feel like if we didn't have that disaster that happened with the First Blood, maybe there was more of a chance for Fear Starforge to come back, because XU was constantly attacking that top side to try and set that Gwen back. Seeing more early plays like that and more early aggression like that, I think is one of the ways you can match Fuego and put them down before they even get started.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, XU was active in that game. It's not like XU had a bad game. It was just that his lanes were really far behind, and it was a tough task for XU to pull the Sejuani out to overcome that. So, wasn't the case in the end, but I still think XU is having a really, really good tournament and another good day for him today. So, I will see if XU can step up in the next one and maybe help Fear Starforge find that 3-1.
It's kind of crazy how this series has gone, and how this rivalry, it feels like, that is built up in the Americas between Fuego and Fear specifically. Fear already able to take it to a match point, but again, this is where the comfort zone comes in. Fuego have to fight through game 3, where there are going to be 30 bans and only 6 draft bans. We're going to throw it over a short break while we get ready for that said game number 4. Welcome back, everyone, to America's Challengers, where Fuego have just thrown down the gauntlet and made this a series. But keep in mind, even though Fuego have made this a series, remember into the LRN. For those of you who haven't watched, they cleared that without anyone else getting a game off them, which means that this is untraversed territory for Fuego. They haven't gone this deep in a Fearless yet.
Hey, we didn't know that kind of coming into this tournament, that Fuego were going to be pushed, challenged a little bit more. But to be fair to Fuego, they've really met that challenge and ran with it. Already overperforming the expectations that I had for them based on their tape. And honestly, my expectation for this series was a Fierce Starforge 3-1. So we'll see if Fuego can continue to push the envelope of what I thought they would be capable to do. And taking a Game 4 where Fierce Starforge does have side select for this game. And a Game 5 if we were to go for 4-1.
You can see, despite some of the banter that's going on, there's still love in the air. You know, this is for the love of the game. Both of these teams are in the top of their region. You know, Fear, Starforge, second seed from the NACL, the only seed from the LRN being Fuego and having an incredible season at that. So, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of respect between both of these players. As with the banter, you get that little heart that was popping up earlier.
It seems like Zelt really likes the fans too, the crowd, which is cool. The crowd has been awesome, as they've oftentimes been heard on the stream. See them a lot on the camera as Zelt giving a stare down. There's a little bit less heart and joy behind that stare down compared to the last game, and a few more blinks.
I feel my soul. My soul is getting reaped from me. He's taking it.
Did he just turn you into another Felipe Desirux? Is that it?
Nah. Yes.
No. Yes, maybe.
Maybe.
We'll
I don't know.
See.
I don't know.
Depends on if it's a carry performance from you or not, you know? If you carry, it's Felipe.
I will try my best, Cubby. I'll give it my absolute best. Especially for the heart of NA. But
yeah.
As we get into this next draft, Cubby, I do want to start talking about the bans that are going to be coming through. We have 30 champions that are not going to be on the table, and this time, not the full 10 bans. It's going to be 6 bans total for the draft itself.
Yeah, we are going back to old school League of Legends, as it is only the first round of bans. Red side will pick on 3 and 4, with blue side getting the 4, 5, and so on and so forth. So no bans for red side before they make that 4th pick. And yeah, it's going to be honestly curious to see what ends up being prioritized or not. I'm still really looking out for that Mataz Viego that has been so big for him in this tournament. And again, a lot of the strategies here empowering Mataz. That time they had to send a Seraphine, but it wasn't for Mataz. Mataz was on the Vi. It was for ADD and Zelt on the Gwen and Tristana that were massive in Game 3. So we will see if Mataz ends up being a focus for Game 4. If we see him be supportive again, regardless, I think XU's been playing really well today, but that doesn't take away from Mataz also having a pretty decent tournament.
I still think the Viego, if you're not willing to go to that Game 5, I still think it's something that should be banned right here and right now. Just simply because a lot of the answers, they got taken away in the last game, man. We had the Seraphine lock-in. It's going to make it much harder to find something that can respond to this Viego and stop some of that momentum coming forward, especially a player of the caliber of Mataz who does like taking these scrappy fights and likes trying to find a way to snowball into the game.
It has been really big for Fuego. He has been the ringleader for them taking these fights, as Mataz oftentimes the one leading the charge. We did see that in the last game. It was nice, though. I will say Bala on that Senna. Of course, Bala has been on engage duty for the vast majority of the tournament, as most supports are. Bala has been really good at that role, but on a different role in the Senna. Was more than just serviceable. Had a really nice game for Fuego, as he was not the main part of the routing of Fierce Starforge in Game 3, but definitely a supporting factor to it. And I'll be interested to see who gets their hands on Alistar in this upcoming draft, because that does feel like the really big, high prios, engaged support that's left on the table for both of these teams.
Yeah, that's the one thing I was going to start to bring up, was the support pool is going to get heavily pinched now. A lot of those engaged champions are off the table. Even if the Alistar does get banned away, there might be some push over to Enchantresses or Enchanters to try and find a response to at least scale up your bottom lane potentially instead of just going for something that is just pure hard engage.
Yeah, we'll see if that ends up being the case. Definitely was the case in that game 3, so I think it's a fair point to bring up for game 4 too. Also, though, like, we don't have the second phase of bans, so champs like Amumu, Blitzcrank that were banned away in that second phase still might be the supports next up for engaged supports. I think Blitzcrank actually has a lot of value in drafts and on this patch. I think Blitzcrank's kind of been slept on for a while, so it's not the best matchup into an Alistar, because obviously if you hook Alistar into you, that's kind of the Alistar comfort zone, but we'll see if that gets grabbed later on. As, oh boy, we're getting right into this draft. It is a Lucian Maokai locked in for Fuego, but the Ezreal that is 6-1 in this tournament secured by Fierce Starforge with this first pick.
Yeah, so I'm actually surprised we're getting Maokai in a game 4. It's been quite a few games. I thought it was going to be locked in earlier, but it has been banned away for quite a few of the drafts coming through. Yeah, Lucian Maokai, first part right here, Sphere Starforge. They saw success with it before on the Olaf when he became Big Felipe. Those axes go brrr, and he's going to be playing it again over in the top side.
I wonder if this is going to be a Zyra for XU, as I will say Balda has played Maokai support in this tournament, so something that Fierce Starforge will be aware of coming in, but Zyra has been a really big pick for XU throughout our Challengers League split. And into Lucian Maokai already showing some short range Zyra. That's enough value to make sure that they secure that one here.
Want to see what this final pick is for Fuego if they want to go for that Alistar potentially right now, because if they don't,
they
expect supports to get pinched out at the very moment. One more to come in. And
Oh,
no, they're going to be going the Enchantress route, so kind of old school right here with Lucian being paired up with the Nami.
I do like this. If you play Alistar into Ezreal, Olaf, Zyra, I would rather just not play Alistar. I'd rather play literally anything else. So that will be the case here for Fuego, as it looks like that Nami has been secured. And honestly, like, this makes a really interesting game for Olaf, because if Olaf is able to get on the backline, he can feast upon the Nami and the Lucian, but Nami empowering the Lucian will really help at least try and burst down, deal with Olaf before he is able to get on these short-range carries in the back. So Phillips Olaf, it will be a stride breaker, so if he gets in range, can pop that. That should help him stay in range, keep that Ragnarok running. But it will be a bit of a game of cat and mouse to see if Olaf can be killed before he starts to really do work in that backline.
The last game we saw him on an Olaf, it was quite devastating. He was taking over that game almost single-handedly. The scoreline to that one, 5-2-0 from his last Olaf game. And that was up against Fuego. That was game 1. Yeah. It was pretty gnarly at that. Next bans coming in are going to be none, because remember, it is Fearless. So these 3 bans are the only bans that we do get in the game.
Yeah, of course. Unfortunately, the client doesn't really, it's not really equipped yet to, get through these bans fast. So we do have a lot of time to talk before we get the next pick coming up for Fuego. Lucian Nami, that does mean the Maokai is going jungle. I doubt ADD is playing at top, especially into Olaf. That sounds like a death sentence to me, but you got to believe that ADD, he's got enough info with the Olaf and Zyra showing to pick his champion. I'm just really curious to see what he ends up going with.
For a moment, I forgot.
Jax is gone.
No the draft.
Yeah, Jax is gone. Gnar is gone. Like some of the bigger picks against Olaf just not on the table. You could get weird and go for something like an Urgot, but I don't like that matchup at all. Instead, it's a Draven Hover. I doubt that's going to be locked in, but Darius is an option. It's not a great one, but it is an option.
And this is where Fearless really starts to affect some of these drafts. I mean, you're seeing right now that they're considering some very oddball pocket picks, and we're gonna get just that. Kled, back from the dead, ready to return to the Rift.
I mean, for a team that loves to go in, I feel like Kled fits this team quite well. It does provide some heal cut and a lot of really early laning power and harass against Olaf. So ADD will have to win that lane very hard early if it does end up being a top Kled. There are some mid lane matchups where Kled is playable, but I think that we can avoid those if we are Fierce Starforge, as Jace is one of them. You just get the hammer Kled away. It's not bad. So will be comfort for a Bo3s Olive. If he'll have to navigate the big AoE ultimates coming out from Fuego and they're going to really try and overwhelm the Jace and the poke that Fierce Starforge is showing, but we'll see if it's enough for Fierce Starforge to absorb it, because I expect this to be just an Alistar. The lane's going to suck, but you get so much value as Maokai, against the Maokai Kled, and... Oh! It's a Mumu, okay. I mean...
It's a takeaway.
Your upfront engage is bigger. Oh, and that is Acel. Okay. Man, interesting draft here. I think Amumu's kind of interesting to me just because he doesn't really fit the like poke comp that Fierce Starforge has. He's like has a real chance to be stuck if he's not going in, right? You don't have anything to bandage toss to, you can be stuck. But that R will be big, and trying to make sure that Fierce Starforge can have sound fights. And holding people in place for Olaf too.
And it's a champion that Mataz has had a lot of success in going through the rest of the America's Challengers tournament. So, hey, game, just take this right now to make sure that that's not going to be something Mataz can utilize a little bit later as that goes into the support role.
Yeah, I'm still really wondering about this Aurelion Soul, because like that really changes the power curve of this game. Olaf will be the one, like Olaf and Poke can break Aurelion Soul, but of course Acel, if you are not careful, those fights later on, you will go faster with the Kled ult if you're synced up with Kled with the Acel W, and of course the Maokai Nami. Like these are some really big circles that are coming out to try and attack Fierce Starforge with. So we'll see if they can survive that, and if this Olaf can get ahead, because Olaf can break everything that you want to do as Fuego in this game.
It's going to be a pretty exciting one. I look over at Fuego's comp, and I just love the engage they have. If you're dealing with a lot of poke, why not just run at it with your face as fast as you can? I mean, both the Maokai ultimate, the Kled ultimate, they do just that. They really do press the issue. And for Fuego, I mean, they need that right now. Their tournament lives are at stake. If they don't win this game, they're out of the tournament completely. But they take this, they could be taking us to silver scrapes in our first game 5 of the America's Challengers.
Excited to see how this one pans out. I think both teams taking pretty strong identities with their draft. Here, Starforge definitely committing the poke. Meanwhile, the circles and the engage going to be the story for Fuego. Fits their team identity.
Game number 4. As you start to feel the rules of Fearless coming in. Fuego versus Fear Starforge. Let us know in Twitch chat who you're rooting for. Give them all your energy if you want them to win. Fuego looking to come back from the dead and reverse sweep. Fear Starforge want to put this out right now.
Nice. They feed a Blaze Olive that early ward, so he will hit level 2 on the first wave. That is a big deal. It is going to be the first strike variation of Lucian, so this is really focused on getting pokey trades down to take advantage of first strike with the damage amp you have and the gold generation. Also, just later on mid-game, if Lucian and Nami are in mid, you can blow everyone off the mid lane wave with your ult. Just E, culling, W, dash in as Lucian, and it's fine. As ABO might be in trouble. He's got Kled coming. Okay.
He's going to be okay.
Big chunk,
I mean,
though, from Zelt.
Pretty big route into the mid lane, but yeah. This is what Fuego keep doing. They have these little shenanigans that are able to get some of these cheesier plays that resulted in 2 kills in the early game earlier. Now we're just poking away a Blaze Olive.
I love it. I mean, it's a big part of the game. Meanwhile, we have both of our junglers starting on their respective red buffs. We will have a mirrored clear with Maokai working away from the top lane where ADD will try and use some early pressure against the Olaf. Kled can win this lane very, very early, but he has to win it early. As if Olaf is able to get ahead at any point, get access to more XP, more levels. I mean, Olaf scales so hard with just, if he's able to interact and he has an item advantage, Olaf's kit, he wants to brawl. So it's always been a big pick for Philip, see if he can cash it in.
Yeah, and if you do get it early, there's a lot of ways that it can work out because the crowd control that you get, Twisted Advance, as well as the Bear Trap on a rope, it's not going to be negated because you don't have Ragnarok yet. So try and take advantage of that if you are Fuego. Looking on the opposite side of the map, it's XU who will be clearing out over towards his top side. He is spotted out by one of the wards placed by Fuego, so Mataz does have that information. Setting up over towards the mid lane. Will burn his flash, try and get onto him. And even with the punt away onto Zelt, there might be no escape for Blaze Olive as you're waiting for the cooldown of the Twisted Advance. Still, Blaze Olive stays alive.
He's
trying to
out.
get that bonus movement speed out. Is he out of range? It's so close. Ooh, he's able to get the gate open. That gives him just enough movement speed to get away.
It is still a hell of a stall onto the mid lane, as a Blaze Olive is going to miss out on a bit of a wave and going to have to TP back. So a nice play to set Zelt up for some success on this Aurelion Soul. As I like the idea a lot from Mataz, actually.
Pretty nice right there for the long chase. It's been a move that Fuego have gone to the wheelhouse quite a few times. Just gank a Blaze Olive. Especially if you have crowd.
Oh, I thought you meant the long chase.
Oh, that too. That too.
Yeah,
both of them are in
that's
the
the
playbook, Cubby.
Well,
Fight's got to
long
be at
chase,
least 2 minutes long, you know.
Yeah, that's a minimum for Fuego. I will say that long chase, it did delay Mataz's camps a little bit on his bot side of the map. So there is a chance that XU can sneak in to deny some stuff from the Maokai, but Maokai did start on the red buff, so no chance to deny or after respawn, which usually comes up around this time, and instead it's going to be a look mid.
Hey, what up?
Nice.
It's XU. He's got some vengeance on the mind, and a Blaze Olive tees up and gets first blood in the mid.
Teed up by XU. The W came out from A-Soul. XU, that's a telegraphed ability from Aurelion Soul. XU connects with that root. That's what we'd love to see out of our former LCS player. Honestly, just being clean and bringing direction to whatever team XU's on. That's what he specializes in. Finds Mataz as well on this side of the map, so really good setup for XU. Again, his Zyra is such a big pick for him throughout the split of NACL, and already getting his team off to a good start.
And, of course, the money going over to a Jace, which a Blaze Olive, he's fantastic on the Jace, has shown it time and time
Also
again.
comfort.
And when you get early econ going on to poke champions, it's really hard to react.
That is like one way. I mean, Aurelion Soul, like I oftentimes talk about his range and zone control that he brings, but Jace is a champ that can outrange him. And we will see if they can use that to great effect. As Winsome's going in, XU is here.
XU's all over the map, and
Beautiful.
a layering of CC means an easy kill onto Baola. Beautiful indeed, Cubby.
Beautiful from XU and Winsome. No chance for Bala to react to that one. Base might get stopped by Viras. Nice play. But still, damage is done in the bot lane. And Instinct on this Ezreal. This is a pick that is 6-1 in this tournament, and something that definitely fits Instinct's play style, as he loves to be the janitor in these team fights. Not the best laner that we have in Challengers League, but is a strong team fighter. Ezreal very much fits that identity that Instinct likes to play.
Yeah, it's supposed to Blazed, Olive, as well as Instinct, who are getting the first kills of the game. And across the board, Fierce Starforge just looking good in this early game. You can see the leads that have been acquired in every single lane thus far.
TP back from Philip, matched by ADD, but it does mean that the Zyra can go straight for grubs. A nice part of this matchup for ADD and the kit is that the Bear Trap, the Q, does bring Grievous Wounds, so no need to buy that against Olaf. As long as you are connecting with those Qs, you will be able to apply Grievous Wounds on the snap, so the second portion of it, which is quite nice for ADD.
Fierce Starforge. They don't want this dragon to be free. They're just going to go straight for the fight. It was a nice route coming out from XU. Winsome will get the kill onto Mataz. But look at all that damage being channeled out by Zelt. Can't get enough to find Lethal. Fuego sent packing for the hills as they lose their jungler.
Really big that Winsome gets ahead. Like, Amumu, this is a pick that I feel like it's the strongest level 1, and it just kind of like scales down throughout the game. You just kind of become a Flash R bot. But Winsome had a level lead into Balda and finds another really good bandage toss to set up XU and his team. So it's a yoink of the dragon for Fierce Starforge and another kill. And this is a really big lead for them early. Nearly at 2K just from XU being active, involved in everything on the map.
It's what's so nice about having the Amumu, especially in the current iteration of him, where he has 2 charges on the bandage toss. So it means very early on, the crowd control he provides can be a little bit misleading. You might not even realize that you're going to be locked down for that long, and Winsome really working out with this Amumu to get those kills going the way of Fierce Starforge. Is now Philip setting up around these Void Grubs.
will be 3 grubs going over to Fierce Starforge. XU, of course, was here on the spawn. Will be able to clean up the rest of his topside camps, as it is a great start for Fierce Starforge. I think the grub's really good for them. Jace Olaf should be able to have some side lane pressure in this game, especially with the lead that Jace has early on. And if Jace gets any free time with grubs and a turret, we know what those W-empowered auto attacks can do from this champion. Actually, he's going to have to win this.
Playing it rather safe. He doesn't have his smite, but he still gets it nonetheless.
Yeah.
We'll snatch it away from ADD.
It was really clever from ADD. He actually stacked up his passive on the Kled, so that 4 auto passive you have on your W. He was trying to get the 4th auto and the Q down, but XU was still able to snag it. We'll take his 2 camps, and we'll see where he goes from here.
A lot of time left away from the wave. Not the worst time to really have it. It was crashing anyway, but trying to play interference doesn't end up working out. XU looking calm and composed so far on this Zyra. Mercury Shed's now completed. Mataz focusing onto this top side.
Philip about to ding 8. Of course, phages for each of our top laners. You can see there the trap is when you get the Grievous Wounds. Philip will get a small trade, but ADD is kind of trying and hoping to bait Philip in to a longer trade. Of course, the Maokai is there in wait. As we see Winsome helping Instinct take the empowered first strike culling. Viros will not find a ton in that bot side, and now XU is here.
Oh, here we go. Winsome going forward with the bandage toss. Charge number 2 not going to be used. XU was spotted out by a control ward. XU going to clear that one out right away. As Philip fighting it out with ADD once again, but this time Philip has backup as a Blaze Olive has arrived and will bring the hammer down onto ADD. Flashes after him, but it's Big Felipe who will dismantle ADD.
Honestly, really close there from ADD to getting the remount onto Kled. He was flashing to break vision to try and protect it, but ABO had the W-empowered melee autos that was enough to get through the Kled. That and the axes coming in, the true damage from the Olaf will clean up ADD, and that really does secure the early game and the lead for the Olaf. As Kled in this matchup, like if you can't match Olaf, you start to have a lot of trouble later on. Olaf having this item advantage is going to be very significant.
I didn't realize it, but we're already at a 3K lead. Look at every single member of Fierce Starforge minus the support. My God, Cubby.
And Fuego's solution, I mean, they have to engage into this, right? Like, you have a Kled, Maokai, Nami. It's all about pressing R the circles that this comp can build. But when you have a gold lead like this on a poke comp, we very much saw in Game 1, Fierce Starforge, they played something similar with the Varus, the Ivern, just chipping away at the health bars of Fuego and making sure that any team fight they took was never on conditions that were great for Fuego. It feels like it's going to be a very similar strategy this game for Fierce Starforge, playing the Jace, Syra, Ezreal. Your ability to keep the opponent at bay and take away their health bars. The dodge out on the circles of Fuego will be the key for Fierce Starforge.
Man. Oh, man. Oh, man, here comes Philip. He is solo killing. He's taking heads. Orderly way. Felipe is here to slay.
It was Game 3 for Philip, but Felipe's back for Game 4. Meanwhile, Fuego, Montaz throws out the ult, actually going to flash.
ABO on the chase goes right after Zell. True Shot Barrage comes in
they got him.
and kicks up the remaining. As the calling comes out, Winsome still alive. Virus will go on the chase to take him down, but the hammer gets dropped once again onto his head. Fierce Starforge are running away with this early game.
Game 3 was all Fuego from minute 1. This game has been all Fierce Starforge, and XU has been making everything happen on the map, Desirux. It was the early first blood mid. It was the kill into bot. It was the grubs. Now it's the second dragon being secured by Fierce Starforge. XU, he got his choice of matchup. Zyra was comfort for him, and he's cashed it in to the max here.
And this is one of the things we're talking about, that even in a disadvantaged state, Fuego still like to fight and try and bring it back, but this was not a fight on their terms. A Blaze Olive had a splendid flank onto Zell, and Instinct catching the True Shot Barrage to clean it up.
Also, those two circles, the Maokai ult and the Tidal Wave being thrown at XU, was able to flash over the wall, dodges out on the Tidal Wave, and creates enough space to prevent any follow-up from the Nature's Grasp. Answer from Fuego, playing grubs through the top side. Winsome has no ult. A Blaze Olive will try and poke them off.
Chased right off. You can see how scary Winsome is. I mean, when he has
Philip's coming.
ultimate
Philip
available,
TP'd.
it's a terrifying Amumu, but it's not.
Watch
It's
Philip.
on cooldown right now, and here comes Philip right on the flank. True Shot Barrage lands on a 3, and it's time for this Viking to clean up. Zelt will fly his way out of there, but abandon his teammates. Bala sees what's waiting him, and it's nothing but death. And Felipe Blaze Olive on the back end chases it through, and Fierce Starforge continue their domination.
This Olaf is so damn fed as Philip, that last tower shot, can't get him. 5 out of the 6 scrubs secured for Fierce Starforge and first brick on the top side. As the solo laners, last game for Fuego, ADD and Zelt absolutely popped off. This time, look at the scoreboard. Thanks to XU enabling everyone. Olaf at 3-0-2, and Jace with a massive advantage in mid lane as well.
Look at our boy. Look at our boy. Far he is, but finds the teleport, and now you got the deepest flank of your life for Philip.
Yeah, this was a good angle from Felipe, and felt like a little bit of desperation from Fuego. I will say that first axe was thrown a little bit too far. If it was a shorter one, like he shorted the axe, I do think he cleans up Aurelian's soul there. So a little bit of a missed opportunity from Philip, but that flank was so good that, you know, Philip, it was almost like he was the limo driver there sending Fuego to the airport, you know? It came out of nowhere.
I thought that was Zelt taking the airplane right out of that fight. Wanted no bit of that.
Yeah, a little bit.
To keep Philip on the back end. But now, Philip just dinging 11. This gold lead is massive at 8K already, 14 minutes into this. I don't think there's much of a response to be had for Fuego. These flames are getting snuffed out.
It's going to be a tough mountain to overcome from Fuego. I will say, this is a Tier 2 international tournament, you know? I've seen crazier things happen throughout the year, Deserex, than having an 8K gold lead, you know, go sideways. We've seen this before, you know? It wouldn't be outlandish if it's a loss, but I really feel like Fierce Starforge have this one in the bag. It would be very difficult for Fuego to find a way to somehow overcome this.
Cubby, please, please, please don't curse it. You are the #1 person when it comes to cursing. Every time you type in our prod chat that there's no way this team comes back, they come back. Let's just have it the way it is, man.
You know,
you gotta put no bad juju on this.
Kangas used my patented phrase, done and dusted, yesterday. And he was correct. That game was done and dusted. So I'm hoping that he shook off the curse. And, I mean, still, at least on what I see on the screen, it is still all Fierce Starforge blue buff going to way. Potential engage onto ABO. ADD.
All right. Nice flash coming out from ABO means that ADD has to go deeper than he wants. He'll get knocked right off of Scarl. You'll dodge the Mystic Shot. You'll dodge the blast. But the chase now coming in from Fierce Starforge. XU looking for a deeper angle in from behind the tower. Looking over towards Bala and ADD. True Shot Barrage goes out. It's not going to land onto anything. Now the tower under attack by Fierce Starforge. XU still wants to find that angle.
ABO
does not have it. The tower goes down.
Bo3s Olive did a really nice job to get out of that fight. He did miss the acceleration gate on the Shock Blast, so we didn't get the empowered Shock Blast. I think that would have killed ADD earlier in the fight. It wasn't the last one. It was the one after the escape. Still, turret taken. 10K gold lead achieved. And Fierce Starforge looking like they are cruising to the rematch against Pain Gaming. And they looked like a much better team today. I know that some of the individual performances have been better. But if this Philip shows up against Hedon tomorrow, I got a little bit more faith in Fierce Starforge than Hedon. For me, he has been the big raid boss of the tournament.
Yeah, Philip has completely evolved in this game. Absolute beast. I mean, we keep making the Felipe joke, but it really does speak to how well his performance has been booming in the later stages of America's Challengers, where he's able to put on these carry pants. Traditionally, in NACL, especially back in spring, I just knew him as the brick wall. He's gonna stop a lot of your advances. That's pretty much it. He'll probably go even, maybe a weak side king. Now, he's like, Cassante. No more. I need to crush bases.
And honestly, Philip, I mean, he was even someone that I felt like didn't really show up on the stage against Dragonsteel in the series that Fierce Starforge had for NACL finals, and he wasn't really showing up on stage yet, but man, he sure as hell showed up today. Much needed for Fierce Starforge. They needed their top laner to put together a better performance, not to mention a star carry performance, the ones, or the likes of which we have been seeing from Philip today. His pressure in the bot side and the pressure from Fierce Starforge around the map going to help make sure that this third dragon, a Cloud Soul on the Rift, now a soul point secured for Fierce Starforge.
Easy dragon to take. And as more of these objectives do spawn, especially the crucial ones, I mean, we'll have Baron soon enough in 2 minutes, then we'll have a Dragon Soul later. How in the world do Fuego even fight into this? Zone control and gold lead is so massive now, but you have to get through to Mumu. You have to get through the Stranglethorns. And more importantly, you got to get through Big Philip. There is so much working in the favor of Fierce Starforge, and I don't know if Fuego have any more answers left on the table.
And its Cerulean Soul needs so much time to just get online. Time that's not going to be given by Fierce Starforge again. This poke comp being ahead by this much, the peppering, the damage that we see Fuego take whenever they're eating these skill shots. It's extreme. As XU is going to throw down his ult. He does get the camp, nothing more, and ADD trying to get his passive off. Uh-oh.
Now Blaze Olive is reaping the benefits on top of it. What's his name? We got Felipe. What's Blaze Olive? A Blaze Jalapeno.
Bringing the spice, preventing the remount from ADD. As a Blaze Jalapeno setting Fuego on fire in the top side. This Kled pick for ADD. The Gwen was fantastic in the last game. This Kled has really fallen short in this one. Philip got the advantage, did not look back. A Blaze Olive now taking it to the Kled pick as well. With both solo lanes this far ahead for Fierce Starforge. Look at the levels in this game. Both a Blaze Olive and Philip up 2 levels on the game. On their opponents. And ADD and Zelt. Is ADD gonna walk back to this lane? This turret's already at half. He's just gonna try and kill the wave. That's about all he can do against the Soul-Off at this point.
Yeah, turret goes down. ADD right on top of him right now. But guess what? You're not on top of Scarl anymore, and Philip will take him down. Ragnarok used. Here comes the tidal wave right through as the calling to match it. Blaze Olive jumps forward onto Vetus, but can't get the damage through. Still losing a top laner is Fuego as Fear continues.
And for as one-sided as the last game was, this one somehow feeling even more one-sided for Fierce Starforge. Grub advantage being snowballed very well by Fierce Starforge in this game. Again, the poke, nothing stopping the onslaught coming in from Fuego as Fear also is going to dash up, try and pop a first strike, but not going to find anything else. Does not have the culling. Throw that into the back of Instinct as the backs come in for Fierce Starforge, and we'll see how quickly we set our sights on the Baron.
Jeez! That was
Ouch.
one shot blast, almost half the health for Paula. That is quite disgusting, man.
They could think about this next wave, quite frankly. Like, if Philip fixes top here, they could start Baron. I think that if Fierce Starforge do start Baron, they want Philip on the objective to tank, and then they should look to turn. I don't think you look to burn. Just don't give Fuego any reason, any way to come back in this game. This game's already over. Just make sure the Baron's clean. Is the Raptor being taken by a Blaze Jalapeno.
Try and step up, man.
Do
it, I dare you. APJ. Oh, I love that one, and I definitely love this performance coming out of Fear. You know, finally stepping up when it matters the most, especially in the lower bracket. What we saw from them yesterday was very, very questionable against Pain Gaming, and this seems like a completely different beast.
I mean, I still feel like they will be put to the test against Pain tomorrow, but yesterday we saw, Instinct and Philip falling behind in lanes, and Fierce Starforge never really able to get anything running. Both those players today have been fantastic, and then the core, the strength of this team, XU and Blaze Olive continue to perform. As we do have Philip on the objective. It has been started with Blaze Olive.
Yeah, Blaze Olive, here comes Winsome as well, but he's by himself now. We'll hop over to Mataz. Curse the Sad Mummy, I think it's still on cooldown. Now barely going to come off. Yeah, there we go. We do have it. 3k health remains.
You got
I'm
out.
just going to peel away.
Wait.
Mataz flashes in. Wait, they could hop right onto this tree. He's going to be able to get the fight smite before he goes down. Yes, he does! Mataz gets another steal! How in the world does he keep doing it?
I mean, I will say there's a reason why teams use 4K as, like, their marker for where to hold Baron. And it's because that Baron got down to 3K. Mataz flashes in, says, guys, this game's over. We're going to flip it. And you know what? He won. Huge play from Mataz to pick up that Baron against Fierce Starforge. Still going to be a tough game to come back, but I love calls like that. This game is done and dusted. So why not take a flip like that? That might be your best opportunity to get something like the Baron, and Mataz cashes in.
You're either flipping Barons or you're flipping burgers. Mataz goes straight for the Baron flip, baby. And he's able to get it and give some life back to Fuego. But there's not much they can really do with this right now. I mean, it's still a 10K deficit that Fuego are fighting.
Uh-oh, Philip. He does have access to Ghost, but no Ragnarok.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 members over here. As you said, no Ragnarok. There's Ghost going to be burnt. Mataz looking for the chase. Look at the smash on. Turns around. Ragnarok going to be popped away. He goes right after Virus. Oh my god! Philip will just destroy everyone that's in his sight! He is a madman! He is bloodthirsty! He is fear incarnate!
All right, he's going to go down to Mataz. The soul is being given to Fierce Starforge, but they don't want it. They see everyone top. They want the objectives. They have the grubs. 2 inhibitor turrets will burn as the side lane play on to Philip. It wasn't executed soon enough. Ragnarok came back, and Philip made sure they felt his demise in the top lane as Fierce Starforge cashes that in for 2 inhibitors, Deserex. I'd say that's a worthy Vikings funeral in the top lane.
What in the world? I thought he was dead to rights. The moment the Ragnarok came off cooldown, he just turns it around onto Virus and deletes him off the map. God, Philip is scary right now. This Viking brings hell.
Look at the bottom left of your screen. You see Ragnarok ticking off cooldown. Just gets it back, throws the axe, uses a stride breaker to get onto Viras, who flashes away just a little bit too late. The E still came through and rings true on his laning partner as well. Maokai and Asol with no Ragnarok can kite out Philip from there, but the damage was done. Bot lane falls, and the 2 bot side inhibitors fall in favor of Fierce Starforge off the back half of that. Now a Cloud Soul to boot, so when that old off presses are, that Viking's going even faster into the back line.
What a performance from Philip. Showing up when the team needs it most in this game. Number 4, absolute control established by Fierce Starforge. Inhibitor down in the mid lane. Inhibitor down in the bot lane. Fierce Starforge, they're looking for the end right now as they continue the sieges, now looking for this top side.
I mean, even a full combo from Lucian, barely taking a chunk out of Philip is win some.
Oh, here we go. Mataz is already down. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, though. Support does fall.
What?
Charge comes in from ADD, but it lands onto absolutely no one. Look at that shock blast damage onto Virus. He takes half his health in one ability. Now Ragnarok popped. Falling off Scarl is going to be ADD, but Felipe has to back on out, and a Blaze Olive goes straight for those Nexus towers. Nexus tower number 1 critically low. It's going to fall. Here comes a kill as a Blaze Olive corners the Lucian and takes him down. What you'll learn today, ladies and gentlemen, is the 11th hour is happy hour for the Reapers. They fight their way to the finals, where a rematch with the pride of CBLOL Academy awaits.
You can see Philip enjoying that victory. Well-deserved for Fierce Starforge as they're going to move on, get the rematch. Pain Gaming, a team that, again, Fierce Starforge, they put a lot of respect on early on in the tournament. Talking with their staff, they believe that Pain could match them or be better. They were better on day 1, but Fierce Starforge has the chance to see what happens in Grand Finals tomorrow as it will earn that rematch.
And what a big game for Fierce Starforge. And I'm pretty sure this means a lot for their morale and their momentum as well, knowing that they can pull out games like this against teams that they've been struggling against throughout the entirety of the Americas tournament. And off of players that we weren't normally highlighting. Typically, it's the jungle and mid that we give a lot of credit to. But Philip, big Philip in the top side says, I deserve some of them props too.
A big match from Felipe. Also love to see some of the sportsmanship coming out from the teams. Of course, everyone traveling to Brazil. We're practicing pretty much the same area. Teams got to know each other really well throughout the trip. I know that Fierce Starforge has been talking a lot about how much fun they've been having interacting with some of the other teams and players. So good to see it there. As Fuego, their tournament hopes, they come to an end here, but I got to give a lot of credit to Fuego. They really outperformed my expectation. I don't think that I didn't have them making the elimination stage I didn't have them even making top 3. And Fuego, they really proved everyone wrong, proved that our end, as we have the Americas changes that were announced, they were going to be a part of the ecosystem next year in Tier 2 in these tournaments, promote to the guest slots. And that top team, they did some damage in this tournament, so will be something to look out for.
Yeah, most definitely. All the respect to Fuego, but let's pull up that game for post-game breakdown. One of the most dominant games we have seen in America's Challengers thus far. I mean, off from the start, Fierce Starforge were able to take control, and they did not let go.
Yeah, XU really got the ball rolling for his team. Did so many good things, good early plays. It just felt so calculated, so locked in between him and his team. There was minimal counterplay for Fuego with some of the chain CCs, some of the appearances. I think that Bo3s escaping that first gank mid, punishing the flashless Aesol was so big. A perfect CC chain in bot lane to lock down Balda on the Nami. And from there, the map was all XE once he turned around topside. And the Kled pick for ADD, not the answer into the Olaf that they were looking for.
So much damage really did come through. I mean, when you get a composition like that Fear had drafted online very, very early, that's a lot of poke. That's a lot of Mystic shots and Shock Blasts. And when a Blaze Olive has that much economy, you saw half health through one Shock Blast multiple times on multiple members. It was incredibly brutal for Fuego to find a comeback from, and they just weren't able to.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like that draft, I like the solution. I feel like Aesol is a really strong pick and Fearless because sometimes you don't have the tools to deal with it. But oftentimes that's when you have drafts where you have to overcommit to kill Aesol. With that one, you had the poke in the Zyra, the Jace, the Ezreal. You can play back, play out of the range of Aurelion Sol earlier on in the game. And you saw when, you know, Jace, Zyra, Ezreal gets ahead, how oppressive a comp like that can be against what Fuego was packing.
All right, well, we have Philip on the other side with an interview from Fierce Starforge, the heart of NACL. Big Felipe, how are you doing, man? I got to ask you right away, what has this change of game plan been for Fierce Starforge as you guys have moved on more throughout the Americas? Because it seems like a lot of it is playing through you now.
I think how the games went, I think in our losses, it kind of seems like even in the finals in NEC, right? I'm like not really keeping up individually, so I think not right now or at least I am trying to voice up my opinions on what champions and matchups I want to play, because I feel like I'm playing champions that I haven't been playing in NACL this late, right? But I think I want to show right now that I can play more champions than just like, you know, a lot of people know me not for like tanks and stuff and like Gragas. So, yeah, I wanted to show that I could play more carries, and I think that's what's going on right now.
Shows, man.
All right, well, Philip, you earned that rematch against Hedon and Pain tomorrow. What kind of difference are you guys going to bring to the table this time around to make sure it goes in your favor in this meeting?
I mean, I just feel like every series we play, we learn a bit more about draft priority and like just team fighting and macro in general. So I think tomorrow, it's gonna be our last game of the year, right? So I think we're just gonna give it our all today, like in preparation. And I think everything we do right now today is gonna lead to the result tomorrow.
All right, well, Philip, we want to thank you so much for the interview, and we wish you the best of luck. Of course, being NACL casters, we have to in your matchup against Pain Gaming. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, we will do it for NA.
Good plan, Philip. Yeah.
Have a good one.
All right, so always great to hear from Philip, you know, especially considering in a lot of the pre-game shots that we had, just constantly staring so menacingly, and now we see why he was repressing that rage he was about to take on the Rift.
Someone's got to Photoshop Philip with the axes in his hands, too, because every time he's gotten his hands on Olaf, it has been big in this tournament, as Philip made sure to cut down Fuego, cut that day a little bit short, found the game for victory, and yeah, we'll see if they can really adjust tomorrow, as the first matchup against Pain Gaming, it felt like it was almost a 3-0 in Pain's favor against Fierce Starforge. They didn't get off to the races at all. So we'll see what happens as they've played more. Philip says they continue to learn, and we'll see if that cashes in tomorrow in the rematch against Pain.
Take a wild guess who our MVP is, Cubby. Wild guess. You know, just throw a shot in the dark.
I'm going to go with Felipe, maybe?
Yeah, I think Big Felipe might just be our MVP. Yeah, he was saying in the interview, calling a lot of these matchups that he wants to take now, trying to take a position in the carry role for Fierce Starforge. Look at the stats. That right there is demonstration.
Yeah, and I mean, great to see Philip perform. I know that I've been a little bit harsh on Philip throughout the tournament. He has been the point of focus for a lot of teams and has been a win con for teams in terms of beating Fierce Starforge, but not today. Philip is the win con for his own team. He played great, well-deserved MVP. And yeah, I mean, this game 4 really put the icing on the cake. He was a monster on this hold off.
Fear incarnate, the Grim Reaper himself. And because of all those gold leads that was picked up, you can see, like, in the back half right here, the damage that Ablaze Olive is able to do in just one single burst. It was getting nasty, and Fuego, normally we see them in positions where they can counterpunch from time to time, but we're late into these game 4 scenarios with Fearless, which means a lot of those tools were taken away, and they just couldn't find it in these late stages.
I mean, that, like, just how quickly Fierce Starforge got off to the races in this game. This game was out of reach early. Like, we were just waiting for the demise of Fuego, much like how we were waiting for the demise of Fierce Starforge in that game too. So again, shout out to Fuego. I thought they put on a very honorable tournament performance, and shout out to especially Balda and Mataz, who really impressed me throughout the tournament as well.
Yeah, low-key, Mataz was becoming one of my favorite junglers through the Americas. I was happy to see a lot of the play that we got from the LRN, because it was very, very surprising to see the performances we put on. We put so much hype onto CB LOL Academy, onto NACL, and for them to actually keep up and make a top 3 finish, gotta feel good for them. I feel better for the Reapers, though, as they dominated this game 4 with absolute authority, and now they're the team going to the finals.
Rematch it is. The best of CB LOL against the best that NACL has had to offer in this tournament will be our final tomorrow, and should be a damn good one.
Yeah, it definitely is, Cubby. Let's pull up the bracket as we start to round out the day so we can see just how we got here. It was Pain Gaming making that top run through the upper bracket. When Fierce Starforge were able to meet them, they fell into the lower bracket and had to fight their way through. And of course, one of their big rivals through the Americas, this was the rubber match that we had posed earlier, finding the win there, which leads them to that grand finals.
Yeah, 2-2 between these two teams coming into the day. A 3-1 for Fierce Starforge to book that ticket, not to the airport, but to finals tomorrow. As Philip said, their last games of the year together as a team. They'll make sure to make them some good ones, and we'll see if Pain can do the same, hoping for a good one. I feel like it's our 2 best teams in finals, so I'm excited to watch.
We've beat the allegations, man. We're no longer nearest airport NA. We made it to a finals and an international, all thanks to Fierce Starforge. But if you want to see that finals, you're going to have to tune in tomorrow, man, because we are wrapping up for the day. We want to thank you so much for joining us. Shout out to all the staff, players, and production who make this all possible, as well as you tuning in for beautiful faces right here. My name is Eric Desrox Beltran. This has been Matthew Cubby Samuelson, and we'll see you tomorrow for the grand finals of America's Challengers.